はいはい、聞こえておりますでしょうか? Let me see. You know what? Let me try to bump the volume up slightly because every time I listen back to my own VODs, I'm not gonna swear. I'm not gonna swear. I'm not gonna swear. Who filters gain? Let's gain me up just a little bit. Let me mess with my setup in an unpredictable way that I can't even tell. Hey there, Gecko. How's the audio? Is the microphone coming through fine? I've pushed up my gain slightly. Enjoy all of the plosives. Right. Let's get to it. I did not come with a plan because I really don't want to look into the media share folder. It's not great. Audio is fine. Okay, if you say so. If there's something wrong in the audio after I rewatch this, I will follow you home and kill your dog. What is that? Oh, that's very loud. Oh, that's very loud. Oh, please no. I had my hardware volume up very high. This is a funny documentary. We're gonna watch this. It's funny for a lot of the reasons that the people who made it will hardly understand. Calm down, Mr. ATM. Listen, I am very uncaffeinated. Even in my extremely miserable state, I think I have a higher testosterone level than the entirety of the ATF combined. So I may be sleep deprived, but I sure as hell am not the ATF. It was a postal reference.
So people always ask me.
And if you're not old enough to understand a postal 2 reference, maybe you shouldn't be in this channel. Reiwa 5年度. Why Republicans will? It's only 20 minutes. Okay, we can use that as back. No, we're gonna watch Time to Travel because I wish to inflict great pain on myself. No tourist trap shows a very obvious tourist trap. Okay, okay, we're gonna scream at this. I am going to scream at this. Was that fucking? And there I go. Yeah, I lasted an entire 6 minutes without dropping an F bomb. If you had no faith in me, it was correct. I also have an important announcement to make. 大事な発表があります. I ran out of tea. My Tiguanyin in particular has finally run out. I've received a batch of it from my Secret Santa early this year, and it has run out. I am saddened immensely. I've tried to make the best of it. It was very good Tiguanyin. Possibly, no, I'm not gonna say the best, but the best I can get. Very good. I'm gonna make sure to savor it. Probably gonna be drinking the same damn leaves for the next couple of days. But I am sadly out. Yes. If you don't feel like buying my patch, you can always go to the throne and buy me some tea there, if it's still there. Alright, let's watch this first. So, war preppers inside of Taiwan's civil defense movement.
Taiwan is gearing up for war with China. These aren't soldiers, but civilians learning how to defend their country. Taiwan is self-ruled, but Beijing believes it's part of China and says it'll take the island using force if necessary. Across the nation, preppers are training to resist an invasion.
投降，我们并不愿意投降，我们不愿意投降，我们是在准备的。
I really like to see that. It's nice to see that we have strong allies as prongs of Pax Americana.
But are they really a match for the world's biggest military? A force that outnumbers Taiwan's 12 to 1. If China invaded, would you fight?
Yeah, of course. 当然，一定会的。
A small Asian woman has more testicular fortitude than one British presenter of Indian descent. I am not at all shocked by this, based on that graph of grip strength by nation.
The one who dies with the most toys wins.
Look at this amazing.
Democratic Taiwan has never been ruled by China, but many now believe the threat of an invasion has reached critical levels. A lot of Taiwan civilians feel they need to get ready in case there is a war with China. I'm on my way to meet a group of them here in one of the country's biggest cities, Taichung. They are the preppers. Hi there.
Morning.
I feel like preppers is such a loaded term. Loaded with a lot of negative connotations, and deliberately so. Because if you really wanted to treat these people seriously, you would just call them, for example, a militia. Because that is effectively what they're. They are doing militia training, paramilitary training.
Hi, how are you?
Morning.
Nice to see you.
Nice to meet you.
Or just, prepared citizens. It's loaded by the media who want pattern recognition to be naughty.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Good.
It's not even about pattern recognition, also hi no Terry. I think a big part of it is just, how like we've discussed this previously in VC. A lot of people really like sheltering behind institutions they find to be infallible, and they go a little bit too hard betting on nothing ever happening, and they think that the institutions that they hide behind are always going to be there, that nothing can ever happen, and the big daddy government will always keep them safe, and that is just not a mathematically sound calculation. And whenever they see someone actually taking steps to ensure their survival, someone actually doing the extra work that they don't feel like doing or have not considered doing, they instinctively get defensive, and they want to label the people doing that extra work as something negative. And I think that applies both to, the general sense of prepared citizens. I don't know who the fuck you are, person in my Twitch chat. You know what? No, I'm not impressed. You're both getting banned. I don't care. I forgot to
You
run
got
ads
a kit?
before, but
Yeah.
You got a tourniquet?
Yeah.
it's pronounced tourniquet. Fucking what's beans on naan, I guess, is what we can call him.
Is a nurse who started this training just 2 months ago.
还要再拉吗？那正面输入带了。
这个会不好，不会。
可以，这样可以。
这样就可以，你要把线收一下。
我不能深呼吸嘞。
把线。
At informal schools like this across the country, more and more people are spending their time and money learning how to use weapons defensively.
在台中常常会有飞机啊、战斗机啊在空中飞来飞去，那这些都会让我们觉得中国的威胁，我们在保卫。
You know what makes preppers look good? Mr. Prepper, the game. It's actually really engrossing, inspires competence and learning skills. Is it on Steam? I grabbed some Steam shovelware today, so, and I think I downloaded some of it. Just a second, let me check. I think if I just search for Prepper, it's gonna pop up, right? Prepper. Mr. Prepper. Oh, there's DLC. Uranium Project. Hell yeah. Oh. It looks like every free-to-play Chinesium ad. But if it's an actual game, that's kind of cool. Mixed reviews. But you know what? I will trust you. And if the game turns out to be bad, well then, it's your fault. I have spoken.
国土上这件事情就是全民都应该
We make all citizens defender of our country based.
是一个保卫国家的人，而不是只有把 保卫国家这件责任，都依赖在国军。
It's almost as if there's a document that was written by profoundly intelligent visionary men that states that I believe it was something to the effect of, for the continuation in the goddamn, how does it start? I'm gonna look it up just to not butcher the quote. There's a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. So it's nice that Taiwan is kind of getting around to understanding that. These folks training with real firearms or airsoft replicas because you don't think Taiwanese are allowed firearms. No, they are not. They are completely longhoused, and I'm going to point fingers and laugh at them for that until they correct that behavior.
In this makeshift basement firing range, all the weapons are replicas that shoot plastic pellets.
Well, they're not replicas, they're airsoft, but yeah, never mind.
我们出枪姿势是这样的，等于你的脚步、你的身形都已经站好了。好。
Gun ownership for civilians is illegal in Taiwan.
身形已经站好了。
Yeah, maybe if you actually had a Second Amendment, you would have some kind of a capability for adequate training for your population, and then they wouldn't have to cower behind milsim and airsoft. Longhousers think regulated means restricted. Regulated at time and context meant directed to be equipped in a certain manner as to be maximally effective. Yes, we're going to touch on that. Thank you for reminding me of that, actually, because West Virginia is doing something very funny. And I think we need to direct the Texas legislature to follow suit as soon as possible. I don't believe it's... Yeah, okay, it's in the media share. We're going to... You take your time, Jared. We're gonna stage you right after this one. Makes no sense to you that Taiwan has no 2A. We should all be selling them all of the guns. I mean, again, given that Taiwanese manufacturing is pretty top-notch, not just limited to electronics, like how should I put this? The parts of Asia that don't use slave labor actually make pretty cool stuff. They're pretty on top of manufacturing capabilities, especially Taiwan with their extremely abundant Japanese investments, has been doing a lot in terms of material science and manufacturing approaches. If we were to let loose the cosmic-tism that is possessed by the by the Japanese and the Taiwanese, we would have advanced decades by decades of material science, best practices, training best practices and whatnot, manufacturing capability over the course of, I dare to say, months, if barely a year.
The decision to learn to use a weapon is still quite controversial here. Jo says she's thought hard about it.
Controversial among who?
When you do this, when you actually do the shooting, how does it make you feel?
I can't help but chuckle that a British Indian is intimidated at the idea of learning to use airsoft rifles.
怎么说？我觉得扳机扣下去就可以伤害人，甚至破坏。但是救人是相对更复杂、更难的事情。所以，枪械很危险。那我们必须要。
But I think we need to insist on both Taiwan and Japan having more robust firearm ownership. I think both populations should have access to, for example, modern rifle platforms and modern handguns.
它的威力也很强大。那所以更需要谨慎的去面对它，然后学习它。
If for nothing else, I want their collectivism to be applied to movement, to training, because like you take Japanese airsofters, they are innovating on tactical nylon in ways that I think we have a lot of catching up to do. And I'm actually very glad that Lucas Botkin
Based on what? Based on this dick in your mouth.
Fair enough, but as I've mentioned, that's kind of rude. But Lucas Botkin is looking at the advancements that the Japanese have made in sort of materials and manufacturing approaches and design ideology for a lot of things, like plate carriers, chest rigs, pouches, war belts, and whatnot. And I think we would benefit profusely from just applying the ingenuity of the Japanese and the Taiwanese to small arms. Really certain Indians are against gun ownership for two reasons: consequences for being sex pests and avoiding consequences for Azad-based corruption. I think you're overcomplicating it, but you're also not entirely wrong. I think Indians are instinctively against weapons because they are congenital cattle who is afraid of power in all its forms. They lack the testicular fortitude to handle any kind of real agency, and they fear anyone who wields agency and power. They cower instinctively at the sight of a real man. That is to say, all Indians are actually Dalit.
If China invaded, would you fight?
Yeah, of course，当然一定会的。
This is closed quarters battle or CQB training. The idea is to hold
Was that notification Pickle? No, that's Kibawu.
a position and check the building for enemy fighters. In Taiwan's dense cities, if an attack happens, it would likely be urban warfare like this. Joe's focus is on using her first aid skills to support the army behind the front line. She fears the country's hospitals would be overwhelmed in a war.
Well, I mean, in order for you to survive long enough to make it to a hospital after sustaining a gunshot, you need to be stabilized on the spot, and this is where American field medicine best practices come in.
1、2、3下。好，你们要检查脚，我负责上半身。OK。所以民众一定要学习如何自助互助，甚至就是让这个大量伤患发生的时候，可以在民间先做一些消化，要不然我们的医疗量能是绝对没有办法 cover 这些伤患的。
Some estimates say a war with China could cost 10,000 lives in the first few days alone. Civilians here want to learn how to deal with a massive casualty situation. It's coming up to 8 o'clock, most people have finished work, and Central Park here in Taichung is deserted, except for Jo and her group of preppers, who come here for what they call self-training, where they each share the skills that they have.
解开，从下面绕过去。
Across the country, there's a growing movement of groups like Joe's. An estimated 1.6 million of Taiwan's 23 million people have done some form of civil defense training.
那基本上我已经设定，就是我会跟你们讲什么时候出动。
Tonight's exercise is a simulated enemy attack.
我们现在交战区哦，所以我们要赶快离开这里。我们里面是危险，里面很恐怖。有枪声，有枪声，找掩蔽。
Jo and her wife Afra train together every Friday.
I like the ambience. I like the fluff. However, in order to correctly simulate stress and the physiological effects of a fight or flight response, I would like them to be put into like zone 4 cardio, like, you know, get their pulses nice and high, have them do some circuits of burpees. That way you compromise coordination, breathing becomes heavy, you get gassed very easily, and then you're going to be inching closer to the environment that you're going to be training for.
The delivery may be dramatic, but the intent is serious.
I like the training. It just needs a little bit more suck to it.
We've all seen in America the preppers preparing for doomsday, and they are kind of thought of often as sort of quite eccentric.
Add blanks for flavor. Okay, listen, they're in an urban environment. I understand why they can't fire blanks. The speaker playing live fire is the best they have. But also, no, that's not what preppers are prepping for.
Is your group different to that?
我觉得不一样，但是同样的一点是对于未来的担心。那我们现在是把这个担心更具体化，然后把我们这个焦虑的情绪转为实际可以做的事情。
I don't think Brother Man understands what a prepper is. He informs his opinions entirely off of 2000 sitcoms.
People in Taiwan are doing this.
也许现在没有，但现在绝对比过去1个月、半年甚至1年还要多人来准备这件事情。然后人们也在这个团体里面得到不管是信心也好，或者是一起准备的伙伴也好。好，肩膀给你们，2个叫过来，来1、2、3 ，Go Go。
The rescue mission ends with the casualties carried to safety. And these propaganda videos of real-life military exercises released by China's armed forces show why people are worried. Beijing's multi-day drills demonstrate how it would annex Taiwan entirely, using live...
No. How they would attempt to annex Taiwan and get their shit pushed in.
Fire exercises, fighter jets, naval deployments and ballistic missile launches across the Taiwan Strait. The intimidation tactics have a clear message. Don't begin to think you can resist.
Realistically, the entirety of China's shoreline would be glassed if they attempted to do that.
To understand Beijing's fixation with taking Taiwan, Kinmen Island, just 2 miles from mainland China, is a good place to start. This was once the front line of a war with China. Messages of peace are still broadcast across the water.
Get them in the cardio space with a deadweight dummy running that carry drill a few times before they attempt CLS drills? Yes. By who? The US? Yes. Yes, Gecko. Taiwan is a prong of Pax Americana. The US cannot exist at its current level of comfort, and that includes economic comfort domestically, by abandoning external presences, and that includes Taiwan. Taiwan is a bulwark against China in combination with Japan, but they cannot exist without the Pacific Fleet running in and then punching the lights out of whatever force they will be restraining. Well, that shitty AI animation has no outgoing fire, which there would be a lot of. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's Chinese propaganda, so I mean, it's quite understood that they're presenting a battle plan.
To Xiamen.
The intent is to demoralize.
我希望在大陆的同胞也可以跟我们享受到一样的民主跟自由。在这里呢，祝大家身体健康，民主万岁！谢谢。
After losing to the communists in a brutal civil war, the nationalists fled to Taiwan in 1949, creating the Republic of China. Kinmen was the battleground. Over 6,000 people
Realistically, we should have just dropped a third nuke.
died fighting for the island. The nationalists kept it, but Beijing has claimed Taiwan as its territory ever since. Today, the shell damage and propaganda are kitsch tourist attractions. But for residents like Maestro Wu, war is still within living memory.
What a nice announcement, wishing goodwill to their shrunken, malnourished brethren across the strait. Well, here's the thing. That is, I think, a very good approach. It's an approach that's very similar to what South Korea does, because their propaganda speakers directed at North Korea are not it's not snippets of low-tier God telling them to kill themselves now. It's all positive. It's all, come over here, brother. We're going to feed you. We're going to clothe you. Escape the open-air prison that is the Kim regime. And you know what? You catch more flies with honey.
Nice to see you. When you were
And again, I think that the attitude is again, not against the people of West Taiwan. And I share that sentiment. I like the Chinese. They resonate with me on a fellow merchant level. I enjoy the things that they do, and I think that they should not suffer the indignity of living under a communist regime.
Boy, where were the bombs landing?
一般炮弹那时候都掉落在陆地上，掉落在海边上、海滩上也有，比较少。
How do you feel about the Chinese people? What is their relationship to you?
You're gonna be real, MacArthur fucked up the entire northward push in Korea. There's a good reason he got pulled for that. Well, yes, we're talking about his intent to glass the commies in China.
原来我们金门跟厦门就是一个生活圈，所以说我们的各种语言文化、各种信仰、各种生活习惯几乎。
Well, see, for one, I'm going to disagree with old man over here. Your cultures are not entirely the same. Whatever persists in West Taiwan is whatever survived the Cultural Revolution and the 120 million dead after the famines. So you've actually preserved more originalistic Chinese sort of, the Three River Valley culture than the mainland. They are bearing all of the scars of communism, and you have been spared that.
都是一样的。
At his workshop, Maestro Wu makes knives from old shell casings. And there's no shortage of material to work with. Over 1 million of these landed here.
这是一把我们家庭用的菜刀。
It's a beautiful thing. Oh, still warm. Like many people on Kinmen, Maestro Wu wants to keep the peace, even if that means negotiating with China. Some people here, they look at what happened in Ukraine, and they see the Ukrainians fighting the Russians, and they say this would be the same for Taiwan, and Taiwan should fight China if that were to happen. What do you think of that?
Well, hopefully, the Taiwanese are not as corrupt as the Ukrainians, so they won't be using whatever aid they receive to buy, I don't know, allegedly hotels in Turkey. Nor would they be laundering it through China.
我相信世界上最明智的政治家就是怎么样把危险化作那个把危险化作那个。
Again, that's great in theory. The best fight is the one that you do not have. A hot conflict, it means that there were multiple diplomatic failures on both sides, and it's an understandable state of things that it is less than optimal to engage in a hot conflict anywhere. When the Taiwanese finally march into their homeland, they will show no mercy after viewing the irreparable destruction the communists have wrought. Well, hopefully not. Well, here's the thing. They need to be kind to the people, but the Communist Party has to hang.
那个和平，不要一直这样，因为第一，台湾本身就是一个小岛，所以你只要一打下去，整个台湾一定是毁掉。
What do you say to those people who think your talk of political solutions is naive, and that China is an evil country that needs to be confronted?
到目前为止，从我
I mean, you can do both. You can try for a political solution, but also carry a very big stick that it'll actually make your political solutions a lot better, because usually your counterparts are more receptive of a political solution if you can make the counteroffer of shoving a big stick up their ass.
我小时候到现在，我还没有看过他去侵略别的国家。
Never seen China invade other countries or wage war in other countries. My brother in Christ, they are gradually encroaching on the entirety of the Yellow Sea. Are you paying fucking attention? They have an entire fleet of fake fishing boats. They are building military capabilities across Africa. They tried doing that in South America and got blown the fuck out. Do they engage in hot conflicts? No, because they understand that they do not have the capability of surviving a hot conflict, not because they find it, in any way immoral. Oh, actually, never mind. They've invaded and subjugated Tibet almost entirely.
到别的国家去打仗，所以在我们看来，觉得说这些都是只是一个。
Well, never mind that the communists have invaded China in the first place. There wouldn't be a CCP-controlled China if it wasn't for the insidious growth of communism that had eventually forced all of you onto an island. These are mere assumptions of things the Chinese tell us.
Across the water from Kinmen, the bright light.
Yeah, they have multiple artificial islands in the Pacific in order to increase their territorial waters and claim that everything behind the so-called nine-dashed line is actually China.
Lights of Xiamen may seem more photo opportunity than threat. But looking at Taipei Harbor on the main island, Taiwan's vulnerability is obvious. The Taiwan Strait is
So invaded Vietnam after we left? Well, not entirely correct. They invaded Vietnam before because they had military consultants and hardware on the ground in Vietnam supporting the Viet Cong.
One of the world's busiest shipping lanes and Taiwan's lifeline. China could seal off this island nation and force it to negotiate or surrender.
I mean, in a vacuum, yes. With the Pacific Fleet right there, no.
In a suburban tower block near the harbour, I meet another prepper, Charles Chi, who's worried about a blockade. Hello. Hi, Charles.
Morning.
Nice to see you.
Morning.
Thank you. So this is home. And this is all your supplies, is it?
Yeah.
So you've got everything you need?
Yeah. This is my
The British Indian is baffled at the concept of prepared citizens.
supplies. Customer suit. Tourniquet and combat gauze. This is my battery box. Candle.
Charles is a captain in the army. He'd be part of Taiwan's official military response. But despite this, he's preparing for the worst. So this is not about fighting.
Oh no, he's attached to an institution, but he's still exercising agency? How dare he?
This is about surviving.
Yeah, that's the point.
The job of the government.
Did you did fucking not just label this man as a doomsday prepper, you goddamn bundle of sticks.
Yeah, that's the point.
The job of the government is to look after the people.
Yeah.
But you're saying, no, you must look after yourself.
He can't comprehend. Well, he can't comprehend breakfast, but he can also not comprehend not relying on the longhouse for your safety. I bet this man parses information through a filter of, is it okay to believe this, and not, is it true?
The disaster or warfare, the government will shut down.
Civil breakdown.
Yeah, civil breakdown. Bandage.
There is so much kit, you can't ever forget it, can you? It's like you're living in a bunker.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just a small Asian apartment, and he has one shelf of supplies. What the fuck is your problem?
That's the.
You would probably prefer if that space was occupied, I don't know, by pretentious photo art featuring nude young boys.
Hey, yeah, I want and I like it.
Taiwan only have to look to Hong Kong to see what China can do to its democracy. Beijing promised to respect one country, two systems.
And that was just the police, by the way. That was them taking over Hong Kong with just a police force, not even the army, not even using live munitions.
But ended up suppressing free speech, violently cracking down on protests, imprisoning pro-democracy activists, and squashing the umbrella revolution.
Most of this is we stand with Hong Kong and for freedom, fight for freedom.
Joe has taken me to see Taichung's Lennon Wall. Covered in messages of support for Hong Kong and Ukraine, this kind of expression of free speech would be banned in China.
Hi Casey，见到你真好。
Hi, how you doing?
I'm okay.
Nice to meet you.
Nice meeting you.
Casey is a Hong Konger, an artist and activist. You were in the protests, were you?
Yeah. As a matter of fact, I find a poster of me
Really?
in
What,
this
here?
tunnel. Yeah.
Where?
Over there.
Casey met Joe at her training group.
That's me right there.
He's now living in Taiwan in self-declared exile.
The red giant is coming. We gotta be united and fight against this big adversary.
But isn't the fact that you're here
Yes.
the proof that you can't fight?
Oh, so what is the solution then? What is the solution there, Ganges Riverman? Do we just lay down and die? Just give up?
Yes. True.
You know, the giant is much, much bigger.
The people of Hong Kong didn't have the army, we didn't have guns, we didn't have tanks and missiles and HIMARS and America. But we still rise. Million and 2 millions of us.
Yeah, here's the thing. Hong Kong was a British protectorate. And Taiwan is an American protectorate. And that's a very... Those are tangibly different things. You wonder, in case of West Taiwanese foolishness, how many PLA would eat it from the return volley of Aegis systems. Reminder, Aegis sees everything, and it can target lock everything. I would be interested to see that defection rate after the first wave. I would really like to see how they respond to being, to quote POTUS, discombobulated.
With our bare body. So it's not about winning. It's about how to fall down gracefully so that other city-states nearby can wake up.
But do you feel that Taiwan could win in a fight?
If we are together.
I think it's an incorrect question. See, Taiwan doesn't need to win. Taiwan needs to make the PLA bleed long enough for the Pacific Fleet to come and kick its shit in.
Enough. We are get together enough. Taiwan people, even we are not win, but we are not lose.
That sounds really good. Not losing.
Yeah.
Because I think sometimes it's not about winning
Yeah.
or losing. It's about the process for the fight of freedom and democracy, right?
Yeah. And if we don't stand up for our country, we cannot hope other country to help us.
Yeah.
So we have to stand up at first.
Taiwan knows this is all about resisting China's might, and one way to do that is to show that the population is prepared.
结果台风还是来，台风只是一个征候，当然我们要准备好。那准备好绝对不能说，哎，政府准备好。
This weekend, Joe has travelled up to the capital, Taipei, to observe a drill organised by an NGO called Forward Alliance.
先撤。
They've trained thousands of civilian responders who can mobilise if there's a disaster, ranging
It is funny that they have prop-totaled cars.
from a typhoon or earthquake to the biggest existential threat facing Taiwan, war with China.
往左。
看起来是一个爆炸现场，刚刚有枪声啊、爆炸声，他们就是在做伤患的包扎、止血，然后跟搬运。
For Joe, seeing training on this scale, with hundreds of attendees and so well resourced, is reassuring.
蛮惊讶的，就是我们在其他的团里面，可能中南部啊，可能没有现在这么大一个组织。事情我觉得很好，然后也希望这种人数可以越来越多。
慢慢。
The race to prepare in Taiwan is as much about technology as it is about manpower. I'm meeting a toy maker that's helping to develop kit for the army.
You know what would be interesting? Organizing some retired high-speed guys, you know, some real super secret squirrel shit guys. Organizing them into a teaching agency, a consulting agency of sorts, and packaging that as a civilian readiness service to teach structured courses in Taiwan with, like, from people who've gone through Iraq, Afghanistan, and I wonder if there's any government financing either here or in Taiwan that can be used to fund the program.
It looks like a toy, and that's the point.
The fuck it does? What do you mean it looks like a toy?
This was a famous toy company once upon a time making remote control cars. But Taiwan has looked at Ukraine and realized that these sorts of things could be crucial for defense.
那最主要就是说，它可以放大之后，它可以去追随那个车。
This surveillance drone has advanced AI. It can lock on and track moving targets like this high-speed train. Drones are a key tool in asymmetrical warfare, but the problem is Taiwan has just hundreds of them compared to China's tens of thousands.
我们带我们是 human， 他有把我们抓起来，所以我们可以移动，它上面都会。
The government has asked Thunder Tiger and other commercial companies to join its national drone team and develop models for the military. Do you think Taiwan can keep up technologically?
I believe so.
I mean, they're technologically more advanced than what China can produce. What the fuck kind of question is that? You don't need as many, you just need to keep the boots off Taiwan? Yeah, basically.
Making the most advanced commercial chips for all the industry worldwide. But now the Taiwanese government and Taiwanese company and Taiwanese people are aware that they should do something for themselves to protect themselves.
You're going to need a lot of these.
Yes, we need our government should not only purchase 3,000, they should purchase 30,000.
For you, is this just a commercial decision to make money for your shareholders, or is this about national defense?
From our childhood, we've been loving flying these airplanes and drones and helicopters. So it's a fantastic dream job for us. We can make money.
The Chinese will throw everything they've got to just avoid that from happening. See, the point is to make everything they've got not enough. The dichotomy here, it's a truism that I was taught back when I was just starting to learn full contact combatives. People come in two general type. There are basically two big groups of people. Teeth and meat. Meat gets eaten, and you get to decide which one you are. And making yourself to be a hard target is how you position yourself as not worth the effort, which is basically the square that they're trying to circle here.
Money for ourselves, and we can also make something which is meaningful to our country.
On every level of Taiwanese society, there are people gearing up for war. And at the country's largest defense expo, it all looks very slick. Taiwan's biggest military suppliers are here at this expo, but there's something else going on.
I hate to go through my follow list and just turn off all notifications on Twitch.
Weapons and civil militia. The lines between these two worlds are really starting to blur. Taiwan's military has been accused of being on the back foot, with too few soldiers and weapons and an insufficient conscription program. But does it really need the preppers' help to beat China's army, the PLA? I've come to the country's main defense think tank to ask.
Been accused by whom? Yeah, exactly.
Hello, Krishnan Gurumurthy. Hello. Thank you very much indeed for having us. If you compare numbers, how can Taiwan ever defeat the Chinese army?
Okay, you can see, the PLA had 2 million, but how many troops he can use in Taiwan Strait? I think maybe 300,000 or 400,000. We can use urban warfare and maybe big city warfare.
You seem...
Yeah, exactly. How many Chinese soldiers can walk on water? As has been tested with the war during the Opium War, not that many.
I'm very certain that military action is coming.
Yeah.
Is this what the Taiwanese military establishment thinks?
Yes.
But Joe Biden has said he will not allow it.
Yeah.
Joe Biden said a lot of things.
We know that United States will intervene Taiwan Strait conflict, but we don't know which way or which model. Maybe the model like Ukraine, but between Ukraine and United States, they don't have the so-called Taiwan Relation Act.
So the truth is that Taiwan is relying on the United States.
Of course.
Only 30% of which is coherent, yeah.
Right now, yeah.
So what do you think of the preppers here? The civilians
yes.
who are preparing for war?
You can just feel there's tangible outrage about the concept in the way that he was. Can you imagine the outrage? The civilians, the damn peons preparing for war, acquiring competency.
People chose to stay in Taiwan. It means that they want to prepare or want to defend their own prosperity, their life, and their country. It's useful. If people where the fighting is very high, yeah, any weapon system can use, they will use.
China may see Taiwan as its own province to be reclaimed, but Taiwan has enjoyed years of democratic freedoms and won't give them up easily.
谢谢。
What preppers like Joe fear losing is quite hard to define precisely, but you get a sense of it if you come here to one of Taiwan's famous night markets.
You're kind of annoyed at the interviewer's lack of decorum in dress or hair or anything. He is kind of he is slovenly in a very skinny fat way about it.
It's really relaxed. Joe and her wife can come here and they don't feel watched. They can do what they want, they can say what they want, and it's that freedom they want to hold on to. China's lack of marriage equality.
If you showed up to an interview one of Kirsch's new shirt, you would still be better dressed than him, yeah.
Is one obvious threat to Joe. Why do you love your country?
People in here is they can be free in thought, in lifestyle, even in art. But in China, they have to 思想审查的英文是什么？
Whatever happens to Taiwan in the future, whether it's one country, two systems, whether it's a Chinese takeover, what will your identity be?
Still Taiwanese, even wars happen, even it's one country, two systems, I'm still Taiwanese.
Taiwan has long hoped to avoid war with China by treading carefully. But as Beijing gets bolder,
is that my
so
audio?
Too do the preppers. One is relying.
Oh, that's his audio.
Your
okay.
identity carefully. But as Beijing gets bolder, so too do the preppers. This island.
You wonder how the old Kuomintang marching song is. How popular is the old Kuomintang marching song? Pretty popular, I would guess.
Nation is gaining the confidence.
One of the things I wanted to implement into my design was the Flying Tigers patch, that they used to sew onto the back of American pilot jackets to let the locals know that that the downed plane is actually an American ally.
To push back.
All right, so there's that. But yeah, as we were saying, a well-regulated militia, you say? Well, there's a funny thing we're about to do.
Let's talk machine guns. Did you know that state and federal governments could transfer machine guns to us civilians? I didn't, but hold on to your hats because this is huge. What if I told you that with the help of Gun Owners of America, West Virginia just introduced a bill that
it gets better,
could completely upend the federal machine gun ban without repealing a single word of federal law? What if the so-called Hughes Amendment isn't as airtight as they've told us for the last 40 years? And what if West Virginia just found the crack in that armor? Patriots, this is one of the most aggressive and constitutionally grounded state-level Second Amendment moves I've ever seen. Let's talk about it because this has the potential to make everybody happy. Hey everybody, Jared here. This is Guns and Gadgets, your premier source for Second Amendment news. If you care about restoring the full scope of the Second Amendment, the right to keep and bear arms, not negotiating it away, not trimming it down, but restoring it, you're going to want to stay tuned to this channel and subscribe now. Because West Virginia's Senate Bill 1071 is not symbolic, it's strategic, and it could very well be historic. West Virginia lawmakers,
Yes, friendly anarchists, we're talking about the West Virginia bill.
Have
Or rather, we're listening to Jared talk about it.
introduced SB 1071, a measure supported and drafted by Gun Owners of America. What does it do? It authorizes, in fact, demands the creation of a state entity that would purchase and transfer machine guns to qualified law-abiding citizens, pursuant to existing federal law. Specifically, it orders the state police to obtain, possess, and transfer M16s, MP5s, and M249s to civilians. It's almost like GOA called me and said, "What are your 3 favorite machine guns?" Let me repeat that. This is not nullification. It's not defiance. It is not open rebellion against federal statutes. This bill works inside federal law. And that's where this gets brilliant. Before I jump into this information, let's...
Pretty sure Pam Bondi is currently having like a hysterical bitch fit over this.
Thank the company who is supporting this video. It's Checkmate Magazines. Checkmate has been manufacturing OEM magazines for most popular brands for years. American made and backed by an unwavering warranty. Checkmate is always expanding the product line, so be sure to support Checkmate Magazines because they support...
Oh, she's having a max level meltdown? God, I hope so.
...this channel. With over 4 decades of expertise and high quality...
Listen, my kingdom for a covert audio recording of her just crashing out and throwing shit across the office.
...quality manufacturing and a never-satisfied approach to innovation and refinement.
I want ring camera footage of Harmeet Dillon hiding under her desk as Pam Bimbo Hulk smashes her way through the prosecutor's office. Have an expression on your face currently only otherwise seen on SpongeBob.
Checkmate is the leading provider of high-quality aftermarket and OEM magazines for 1911s, M1As, M14s, Beretta 92FSs, M9 pistols, Shields, and so much more. Checkmate Magazines is a branch of Checkmate Industries, the largest OEM handgun magazine manufacturer in the United States, with industry-leading manufacturing facilities in both Long Island, New York, and Thomasville, Georgia. Each Checkmate mag is 100% developed and manufactured in the USA and backed by a lifetime factory warranty to make sure that their performance, reliability, quality...
Lifetime warranty on a magazine is actually kind of wild. I never thought of that while I was listening to these ad reads because I probably skipped them. But that's besides the point. A magazine is considered a wear part, especially on rifles, so it's interesting that they offer that.
Fit and finish, everything just works. Check them out at the link down below, and a big thank you to Checkmate for helping what I do here. It's very much appreciated. All right, guys, back to this great bill. Most people know that the 1986 machine gun ban was part of the Firearms Owners Protection Act.
The system for what they sell basically works like a roster, with the head of the office being allowed to add whatever he wants whenever he wants. Nice.
FOPA. Now, specifically, the Hughes Amendment was codified at 18 U.S.C. 922-0.
AR-MP5 249s is the test batch. Listen, if we get ARs, that's pretty much it. Like, as long as we can get full auto, proper full auto lowers, that is more than enough. That opens up the platform, and that solves like pretty much every need. Everything else is also fine. It's cool that we can have MP5s. Cool, the 249 saw, very cool, very based. But ARs are the biggest component here. Me, selfishly, I would like a full auto SIG MCX Rattler. That's just me being a dirty Sigger, I know. That's our word, not yours. You can't use that. But that's just what I would selfishly want. If I could get my hands on a super fast, very fun factory giggle switch lower, I would definitely not be opposed to buying that. Okay, I guess with the soft A, you can sometimes say it, Gecko. No, never mind. I am taking back your S-word card because you are an AK fan and you don't deserve to have nice things. But if I were to have access to buying a full auto SIG lower, I would very much do that.
Firearms Owners Protection Act. That provision generally prohibits civilian possession of machine guns manufactured.
Don't you angry Leaflet at me. Leaflet would agree with me. She's a CZ snob.
After May 19th of 1986. That's why transferable machine guns are so rare and so expensive. Artificially limited supply. But here's the part almost nobody talks about. Section 922.0 part.
Oh wait, that's true. It would. Leaflet is an FN snob, not CZ. Didn't she have some kind of? Oh wait, no, she's an HK snob. Actually, no. I know that her mom carries an HK, but I forget which one though. It's either a VP9 or a CC9, one of those. Leaflet had issues with her FN, if I recall correctly.
2 says the prohibition does not apply to, quote, a transfer.
Her mom carries a VP9, very based.
To, or by, or possession by, or under the authority of.
I love that she was doing a hand cam stream cleaning the her carry VP9, and she said, responding to someone in chat, well, someone says that they don't like HKs, it's because they don't have one.
The United States or any department or agency thereof, or a state, or a department, agency, or political subdivision
You were there for that? Nice.
Listen to that again if you want to drill down on it. But here's the part to know carefully. Transfer to or by a state. And that language matters. And West Virginia lawmakers noticed that language. Under SB 1071, West Virginia would establish state-run distribution centers. These centers would be authorized to acquire machine.
You need M16A2 lower to run in a Col 723 build? Listen, I just want any serialized AR lower. Well, not serialized, I mean like registered full auto AR lower. I don't give a fuck where it originates. I just want the full auto lower. I will build out everything else, or like just give me the full auto lower. Again, preferably MCX, because that's an upper that I already have that already runs. Leaflet is an FN enjoyer. Sorry, is an H&K supremacist. Valid, real, and true.
Guns.
I just recall Leaflet complaining about her. I believe it was a 509.
Possess them under state authority. Conduct transfers by the state to qualified members of the public. And that argument is simple. If federal law exempts transfers to or by a state, and if the state conducts the...
Getting a pure brand new Cosmoline coded A4 for the 20-inch gang membership would make your life? I mean, understandable. She was limp wristing the full-sized 509, I see.
Transfer, then the transaction falls within the statutory exemption. This is statute.
Did someone just throw money at me? Announce yourself, or where I will have to check the Twitch dashboard, because for some reason it's not showing me who subscribed. And I need that for the readout. Just a second, where's my creator dashboard? Stream manager. 123 123. It doesn't show who subscribed. Interesting. Ha. That is that's kind of odd. I'm going to guess it's no Terry. Well, once the subscriber identifies himself, I shall do the disclaimer readout.
Construction 101. They're not pretending 922 doesn't exist. They're using that to their advantage. They're using its own language. It's like legislative jujitsu. For nearly 40 years, Americans have been told the machine gun ban is permanent. It can't be undone. It's settled law. But Congress wrote the exemption into the statute. And words, when it comes to law, matter. If the federal government wanted to prohibit all civilian machine gun transfers, they could have written it that way. But they didn't. And now West Virginia and Gun Owners of America are testing that language. This isn't just statutory.
I actually need to call up my guy in GOA and talk about why are we not doing this in Texas? I'm sorry. Why West Virginia? You would think that Texas would be a better fit for that. Oh, hey there, Gecko. Oh, you are the subscriber. Well, congratulations. Excuse me while I read out the disclaimer. If you have just purchased a subscription to Kuromaru Nissan's channel, your penis has grown in length by by a full 3 inches and an additional inch for each subsequent tier of subscription. Effects do not last after subscriptions expire. West Virginia has a larger Republican majority and less rhinos. See, I don't entirely believe that, because Texas voted in the suppressor freedom laws with no issue. We still have a very substantial Republican majority. Like, we've had good laws passed here in Texas, so I don't think a machine gun transfer law would be outside of the realm of possibility.
Gamesmanship. The supporters of SB 1071,
especially given the sheer amount of transferable machine guns in Texas right now, and the density of SOTs in Texas,
are grounding this in American history. Let's go back to the founding era. Militia Act 1792. That required able-bodied males to equip themselves with arms suitable for militia service. It's still on the books, by the way. The government didn't restrict parity, they expected it. Throughout American history, federal and state governments have sold surplus military arms to civilians. Springfield rifles, M1 Garands, even automatic weapons during certain periods. The founders did not envision a permanently disarmed citizenry. They envisioned a population capable of militia service, meaning military-grade arms. If the militia is comprised of the people and the people are expected to serve, then the people must possess arms suitable for that service.
Yeah, exactly. If I am expected to pick up arms and go hunt cartel members for those scalps, I surely cannot be expected to do so without a select fire PDW.
That is the historical understanding of the Second Amendment. You want to learn more about that? Follow my Federalist page.
Work out vocabulary a bit, not military grade, military capable arms. I mean, again, it's a distinction without a difference, I think. Your Twitch app crashed as soon as you bought the subscription. You're too based for the Twitch app. It could not restrain your power.
Papers series. Now, the Second Amendment doesn't protect sporting rifles. It protects arms. And in Heller, the Supreme Court made clear that arms include weapons in common use for lawful purposes. Now here's the debate. Are machine guns dangerous and unusual? Or are they dangerous but common military arms? Precisely the type the militia clause contemplates. Now that question has never been fully resolved in the post-Bruin era, and SB 1071 could force that confrontation. Eric Pratt of Gun Owners of America made it clear. He said, for decades, Americans have been told the 1986 ban permanently stripped access to modern arms. But Congress included an explicit exemption for transfers to or by a state, and that language matters. My buddy Chris Stone, GOA's Director of State Affairs, emphasized the same thing. The plain text of Section 922.0 does not apply to transfers conducted by a state. This isn't rhetoric. It's not making this stuff up. It's textualism. This is the same methodology that courts claim to apply. Now a state is putting that to the test, and West Virginia is probably the best place in the country to test it.
I will just say this. If under Trump, we start chipping away at the Hughes Amendment and we make modern machine guns in common use for lawful purposes, I do not want to hear a single cucked black pillar ever speak to me again.
This is where it gets really interesting.
Make sure to take their Fell For It award that they're trying to hand you and shove it firmly down their throat.
Under our constitutional system, states retain sovereign authority. If a state structures an action within federal statutory language, the federal government would have to either argue that the exemption doesn't mean what it plainly says, or the statute itself is unconstitutional. This kind of is going to put the Department of Justice in a pinch here. Either path opens litigation, and litigation opens opportunity. Let's be realistic. Like, if SB 1071 passes and is implemented, it will be challenged. The ATF will not quietly accept this, and Pam Bondi and the Department of Justice will have to decide, do they really support the Second Amendment like they say? Are they really the most pro-2A Department of Justice in the history of the earth? Or do they really want to strip Americans of their Second Amendment rights? They will likely argue that Congress never intended civilian
Bondi's cunt being turned into a corn cob at the forced decision,
machine gun access through state intermediaries, but courts did not
I cast total Pam Bondi rape.
Interpret intent, they interpret text. And the text says what it says. Transfer to or by a state. And this could become one of the most important Second Amendment cases of our lives. There's a phrase that Gun Owners of America used that I think is critical here. Restore parity between citizens and the government. That is uncomfortable language for some people.
Listen, I just want to own guns that are as nice as the ones that I paid for the fucking Taliban to have, okay? It's not a very big ask. I'm even willing to pass a 4473 for them.
But the founders were not uncomfortable with that. The militia was the people. The people were the security of a free state. And the right to keep and bear arms was not about duck hunting. It was about the balance of power, the final check on a government that could become tyrannical. And if the government has arms suitable for infantry and the people are the militia, then the militia must not be categorically banned from those arms. That is the philosophy.
If Zuckerberg is so scared of the populace that he buys a tank, you want to own javelins that's staring at him. Did Zuckerberg buy a tank? Really? I didn't hear about that.
Philosophical argument behind the bill. Now let's be honest, this is bold. West Virginia is not trimming around the edges. They're not tweaking magazine limits. They're not adjusting background check forms. They're directly challenging the post-1986 machine gun status quo. And they're doing it using the federal law itself. Now that takes legislative courage. If this survives the initial legal challenges, you could see a domino effect. Other pro-2A states could adopt the exact same frameworks. And if...
Aren't there CAD files for a 3D printed rocket launcher these days? Like, I'm pretty sure someone made those.
If that works, guys, this could be how it ends. Like, this is a laboratory of liberty. And that's how federalism works. One state tests the theory. And if it stands, others replicate it.
Well, the Panzerfaust, that's a rocket-propelled... That's a grenade that is fired from a firearm, if I recall correctly. There's a CAD files for a Panzerfaust, M203 flash, and a Flingerfaust. I see.
For 40 years, Americans have been told the door's closed. West Virginia just reached for the handle. Whether it fully opens or it triggers a Supreme Court showdown, we will see. But this is not fringe. It's not reckless. It is rooted in statutory text. It is grounded in the history of this country. And it is anchored in the original
Wild Arms Research based in Florida. I think I've seen their Instagram account. That's where I've seen their 4-tube rocket launcher.
Understanding of the militia. The Second Amendment was never meant to preserve a hobby. It was meant to preserve a free state. And free states are not built on permission slips.
All right. I actually agree with that one. I agree with that one. If the bottleneck to your access to firearms is the government, I'm sorry, you are cucked. It does not count. You are not free men if you have to ask for permission.
If you believe states should defend the Constitution instead of waiting for Washington to do it, if you believe that the text of the law actually matters, and if you believe that the Second Amendment means what it says, hit the...
Yeah, putting your life in the hands of a 3D printed piece of artillery, and that is why no one will ever know your name.
Subscribe button right now and share this video, because this fight is moving to the states. And West Virginia just fired the opening shot. And if you want to know more, I'll keep you updated every step of the way.
All right, I'm going to take this as an opportunity to go and refill my water and use the facilities. I call on you to do the same. You do not have the grit of a man from Florida. Exactly. Well said. For the record, the PF is the Panzerfaust is a self-contained launch platform, absolutely disposable. I see. Good things to aspire to. Go refill your drinks. Use the facilities. I will be right back. The Gator Cavalry will rise again. I guess Texas is going to use hogs as their go-to mount, given that we have an extreme excess of those. Alright, so 5 Tokyo experiences that are worth the hype. I feel like I'm going to shit all over every one of these. Okay, this is theater class.
Recently, we tested several specific hands-on experiences in Tokyo. These aren't just
That's very bad form. You're supposed to hold the cup with your other hand.
just random tourist traps. They are cultural deep dives that we were invited to vet personally. We want you to see how it feels to actually be part of the culture, not just a spectator. From wielding real steel to the precision art of silver crafting. These are 5 experiences that are actually worth their hype. Let's start with something that tops many people's bucket lists, the Samurai Sword Experience. For this, we visited the brand new Shinjuku branch of the Samurai Ninja Museum. Now, before we get into the
Yeah, that's a tourist trap. I am going to shit all over it right away.
details, I want to talk about the feeling of the experience because it's distinct from just walking through a museum looking at armor behind a glass. First of all, the immersion begins with the clothing. You change into the traditional hakama, and the dressing process.
His pronunciation of every word pisses me off. Samurai Sword Experience just sounds like something made up by a movie lawyer. Texans riding hogs, Floridians on gators. Meanwhile, the Californians are riding that long object they found in their wife's drawer.
Process is accurate to history. This ties tightly at the waist, which naturally straightens your spine. Just putting on the uniform changes your mindset. The real value here is the kenjutsu, or traditional swordsmanship training. You might be surprised by the physicality
His furikaburi is actually bad.
required, even though
Physicality required for what? For swinging a plastic boken? Oh god.
we used dull practice swords for safety, you immediately feel the real weight. A katana is heavier than it looks.
He's going to pronounce every fucking word like that, isn't he?
Especially when held at arm's length. If you're traveling with a family, it is very kid-friendly. Our children participated, including our 7-year-old. The museum provided
Why are you wearing fucking Air Jordans, my guy? At least wear tabi. God damn.
smaller, lighter katanas specifically for them, so they could safely join in on the training without struggling with the full weight steel used by the adults. The instructor emphasized
None of you are using full weight steel. What the fuck are you on? It's a plastic boken.
that kenjutsu is about respect, discipline, and order.
No, that is not true. Kenjutsu is about defeating a non-compliant opponent in blade-on-blade contact.
You aren't just swinging a stick, you are learning history through movement. For example, you learn why the
Very right-hand dominant swing, which is the incorrect way of doing kirioroshi.
samurai always walk on the left side of the road or the hallway. Since the katana is worn on the left hip, walking on the left prevents your sheath from clashing with an oncoming samurai, which historically could have started a duel right there in the street. You might be wondering if this is why the Japanese walk on the left side to this very day. Another fascinating detail we learned was how the samurai used the blade.
Oh, they were given mogito. Okay, but these are also not steel. These are zinc aluminum alloy.
For situational awareness. The instructor showed us how that even during battle, the reflection on the polished steel of the blade as a mirror. This allowed a samurai to secretly check if an enemy was approaching from
secretly in a battlefield. Okay, my guy. Secretly with a drawn sword, with a drawn 40-inch piece of steel. It is somehow secret.
Behind without ever turning their head. That's what both Heidi and the instructor are doing now. Heidi and I used to dance ballroom and we found a surprise.
I can really tell that you used to dance ballroom. She's also hyperextending her knee because she doesn't know how to move correctly.
Connection here. Heidi was actually the best at this session because the movement is so similar to dance.
It's not at all similar, thank you.
It requires a lowered center of gravity, sliding footwork without bobbing up and down.
Her weight is still on her hind leg. Weight in all weapon arts is Either evenly distributed or predominantly on the front leg.
And immense posture control. If you have any dance background, you'll probably find Kenjutsu surprisingly intuitive. This was purely about form and discipline. It forces you to be completely present. You can't be thinking about lunch or your next train. You have to focus entirely on the tip of the blade and the discipline of your body. It bridges the gap between the history you read about and the physical reality of the samurai class.
None of you have retained anything other than the vibes from attending this class, I can guarantee it.
The final part of the session allowed us to use rubber katanas to practice our moves. Our kids especially loved this part. When we moved on to the museum tour, which was a crash course in the history of the samurai, it was fascinating, easy to understand, and interactive. We'll discuss this more in a future video. Kudos to all of the staff. They were personable, spoke great English, and their—
No, cut it the fuck out. Stop speaking English. No English. Stop that. This is like people who don't have Hispanic accents simply breaking into accents when they're public speaking or just ordering food. Yeah. Held for ads. I see. Of course they love this part. It's the bit you wanted to get through when you're actually training. Yeah.
explanations were very clear. Right after the discipline—
So let me go over the whole samurai experience shindig. Hands-on museums are great. I think they are an improvement of just watching and walking around and gawking at the displays. You retain more, especially if you're entertaining kids. That's fine. The waving around a sword and wearing someone's hand-me-down polyester hakama with, with a kendo shirt is, how should I put this? Theater is at best and at worst a gigantic waste of time. If you want to understand what traditional swordsmanship is about, invest some time into learning it from a school that actually teaches for just, full time, as opposed to the tourist trap that is there to overcharge you for basically nothing and waste a lot of your time. You should get a Tangashima one day. I don't know what a Tangashima is. That sounds familiar. I feel like I've recently heard that. Tangashima. Is that one of those flintlock Tanegashima? Oh, okay, it's a Tanegashima. Okay, so that is a Japanese flintlock, I see. It's a catch-all terms for all Japanese. You're missing a syllable there. It's Tane. Tane. Gashima. Because the propellant is on a little shelf.
of the sword experience, we move to the complete opposite of the cultural art spectrum.
It's actually not entirely. No, not only is it not opposite, the samurai class has actually historically patronized tea ceremony as one of their approved and polite entertainment styles. A lot of members of the warrior class, especially people in seats of power, are profound. They're, for lack of a better term, tea whores. Oda Nobunaga rewarded his subordinates with rare collectible teaware brought over from China and Korea. So the true teaboos. Well, yes, they have inherited Chinese tea culture at the height of its development and then developed it even further. So, yes, the samurai were actually the class that was the primary consumer and practitioner of tea ceremony. And it was part of the approach of combining civil and military arts known as bunburyodo. Bunburyodo, sorry. It's difficult to switch between phonetical models.
tea ceremony. Conveniently, the specific experience we tried is run by the same company as the samurai experience.
Teas superior to coffee? On a lot of metrics, yes.
At the same location in Shinjuku. So if you're planning an efficient itinerary, it's a good idea to schedule these back to back.
Ah, yes. You stick around one of Tokyo's most overpriced areas, overpaying for tourist slop. Fantastic advice. Holy shit.
While the sword is about life.
I think you know who paid for them to make the video? I don't know. Maybe they just invited and gave them the experience for free.
And death.
Is that a fucking golden chaire? How fucking dare you?
Tea ceremony is about the philosophy of Ichigo Ichie, which translates to one time, one meeting.
Okay, sure. You at least, you know what? Credit where credit is due. I'm gonna call balls and strikes. This dude has at the very least pronounced and translated this better than the basic bitch dude who was scammed by Sensei Zen.
It teaches you to cherish the specific moment you are in because it will never happen again the exact same way. Just like the samurai experience.
A fucking colored backlit panorama that pretends to be a window into the garden.
The immersion starts with clothing. We changed out of the hakama and into full traditional kimonos.
That's not traditional kimono. Adult women are not supposed to wear like loud colors like that. For children, it's permissible, even though for her it's a bit of a Shichigo-san kind of style kimono, sort of a coming of age kimono, as opposed to something that would be worn to a tea ceremony. If a child were even to attend, tea ceremonies are supposed to be restrained and austere, so you would generally lean towards more monotones, more quiet colors. Definitely not a fucking rag with gigantic red colors. You look like a pleasure quarter worker.
Then we entered the tea room.
This is my big complaint about rental kimonos. Oh, see, now the kid is dressed up more appropriately. This is my big complaint about rental kimonos. Not only is it a fucking yucky rental kimono, the shit also is usually of a very bad fabric. It's gauche and just stylistically ugly. It has screaming bright colors. It's usually poorly fitted because basic Western women don't understand how to wear the layered belts, nor do they really have the figure for it. And they end up looking like they volunteered into a pleasure squad.
Kimono immediately slows you down and puts you in a mindset of respect. Before you drink the tea, you are
a respect for what? No, kimono is just clothing.
Served two types of sweets. A dry sweet called higa.
To be fair, kimono, especially when you're wearing like proper monsuki or something for an official setting, is very dignifying. It is very similar to a well-tailored, well-made three-piece suit.
And a wet sweet called omogashi. The dry sweet was a pressed sugar.
Dude, please, you are trying too hard. You are not pronouncing it correctly. Please, just pronounce it with an American accent. That's going to be better than whatever the fuck you're doing.
Candy that instantly melted in our mouths. The wet sweet was a mochi made from rice flour, red.
Why is your son wearing a mask? In 2026, why is he wearing a mask?
Bean with a cinnamon taste. Both were delicious. Traditionally, the sweetness is designed to balance the bitterness of the matcha. The instructor was incredibly patient in explaining the etiquette, but the physical act of making the tea is the highlight. You have to whisk the matcha briskly in a back and forth motion, not circular, to create a frothy foam. Getting that perfect foam can be a difficult challenge, but the instructor guides you through and can assist if needed, especially for children. There is also a specific etiquette regarding the chawan, the bowl itself. When seated, the tea bowl facing you is the most beautiful. To show respect, you will turn the tea bowl clockwise twice so that you do not drink from the most important side.
They're in Japan, masks are normal. They're not to that extent. You wear masks if you are coming down with a cold. Not just, for shits and giggles.
Which is a gesture of humility and respect for the artisan who made the vessel. Then, once you are finished, you turn the bowl.
You are not supposed to remove your support hand from the chawan when you are handling it. Your left hand is always the support hand, and the right hand is always the hand handling the chawan. At no point outside of putting it back down to the mat does the support hand leave the base of the chawan. I am going to be very anal about this because I am a tea ceremony instructor.
Bowl counterclockwise back to the original position so the beautiful side is facing you again. Keep in mind, you might be expected to sit seiza, kneeling on the tatami with your back straight. Proper sitting in Japanese is deeply rooted in the cultural values of respect, discipline, and mindfulness.
I need to do more floor sitting. It's actually very good for your back.
Host did tell us you could sit in a more relaxed position if needed, but we wanted to do it properly.
Okay, respect, committing to the seiza. If you're not used to it, it's difficult to do, especially if you haven't attained, if you haven't dwarf maxed as hard as I do, and your thighs aren't so fat as to block off circulation to your feet as you're sitting down.
And I have to say, even though I am used
your back is hunched
to sitting on tatami, after 20 minutes, my feet were completely numb. It's physically demanding in its own way.
You're supposed to just let your feet go completely numb, and then you just sit there.
Ultimately, this was a great learning experience. The samurai class was about physical discipline. This was about mental discipline. Doing both in one afternoon.
Wow, that's an empty fucking platitude that's also completely incorrect. Thank you.
Gives you a complete picture of the balance required in Japanese culture.
Okay, let's see that.
Next, we'll talk.
Give me the full footage, you fucking pog. I wanted to see if she's going to fold that correctly.
About what might be the biggest hidden gem on this list. Taishu Engeki at Asakusa Mokubakan. Now, I haven't attended formal kabuki yet, but I was told that this is essentially a casual form of kabuki, or popular theater for the masses.
You know what? Popular modern kabuki is actually pretty cool. It's nice that they've worked out how to incorporate popular media into it, and that is actually cool. Props to them for trying to keep the art relevant.
It can be rowdy, interactive, and certainly less rigid than the high-class theater you might expect. In fact, the show we watched contained quite a few modern elements and even modern skits mixed in with the tradition. Our experience started by watching the professionals perform.
Okay, maybe that's a little too modern.
Keep in mind that since this was our first experience to Taishu Engeki, we didn't really know what to expect, but it was quite a spectacle to watch and enjoy, including the only known and accepted form of tip giving, where audience members offer gifts and cash to their
what the fuck?
Favorite performers. I'm told the main reason for the acceptance of tip giving is that these performers don't make a lot. So in order to keep this art form alive, they need enough money to make a living.
Okay,
On
sure.
top of that, they are traveling performers, meaning they move from venue to venue throughout Japan. After the show, we moved to a separate building for the hands-on portion, a dance lesson. Unlike the tea ceremony, where we were wrapped in complex layers, here we changed into simple kimonos, much lighter and easier to move in. While the instructor spoke Japanese,
I mean, it's ostensibly the same kimono, you just lack an overcoat. I don't know what. Okay.
We had an interpreter with us who explained the details of the movement. We learned two specific skills, a fan dance and a sword dance. Personally, as former ballroom dancers, Heidi and I found the flow of the movement to be a familiar type of discipline. However, handling the props was a different story. It was actually quite a challenge to simply open the fan correctly or to figure out how to handle the sword with the grace that the professionals displayed on stage. Our children participated and they enjoyed the dance lesson much more than the performance. Since the show is in Japanese and the cultural context can be tricky, it was a bit hard for them to understand, but the lesson was active, engaging, and a great experience for all of us. It's colorful.
I like the inference of you understanding the show despite also not speaking Japanese. This man isn't shilling tourist slop, he is tourist slop. He's a sack of ghoul that bleeds wasted money. Yeah, pretty much.
It's fun and getting
it's one of those cases of I'm sure that he's a perfectly nice guy in his normie everyday life, but I'm sorry, my guy, you are a mark. You very obviously have more money than sense, and you waste it very, very fruitlessly.
to try the moves yourselves gives you a massive appreciation for what we just saw on stage. It's a performance and a dance lesson that everyone should try at least once. We all had a great time.
You know what? If you're a theater kid, first of all, you deserve less. Second of all, this one is probably at least a somewhat good fit for you.
Moving on to a quieter, more tactile craft, washi paper making at Watashino in Asakusa. It's important to note.
So we're firmly staying in like the hardcore tourist areas. Gotcha. So that we at no point are ever at risk of being exposed to actual organic cultural experiences. Fucking fantastic advice.
That washi paper is recognized as a UNESCO Intangible Cultural Heritage with over a 1,000-year history.
Wow, who gives a fuck?
Specifically, this workshop focuses on Tosa washi from Kochi Prefecture, which is considered one of the big three paper traditions.
That was actually word for word what you were thinking. What?
In Japan, alongside Echizen washi from Fukui and Mino washi from Gifu. Usually, you just buy a postcard and move on, but actually making your own washi paper will give you a newfound respect for
not in danger of encountering astral culture. Yeah.
the material.
I mean, again, Asakusa isn't bad. I like Asakusa as an area. It's just that it's a little tourist trappy, especially with the places that he goes to. You can find good spots in Asakusa. My favorite antique shop is in Asakusa. I'm on very good terms with the shopkeep. He's a wonderful old man. I enjoy my conversations with him profusely, and I try to stop by and say hi every time I'm in town. But realistically, Asakusa is a tourist trap.
And with washi, it can last over 1,000 years with proper care. Consistent with our theme today, the immersion starts with
Wait, how do you know that if washi as a technology has not existed for 1,000 years?
the outfit. You change into samue, traditional Japanese work clothes. It instantly puts you in the mindset of a craftsman. Our instructor, Kazu-san, was fantastic. He first discussed the history, then demonstrated the entire process. You dip a bamboo screen called a sugeta into a vat of mulberry pulp and cold water. The technique requires a specific rhythm, rocking the screen back and forth to interlock the long kozo fibers, young mulberry branches. If you rush it, the paper creates lumps. You have to gently match the rhythm of the water. You will repeat this process a few times to make the paper thicker. Even our 5-year-old was able to do almost the entire process, with a little help from instructor Kazu. Now, a unique aspect of this specific workshop is how you get to customize the paper. After forming our base sheet, we carefully added a pre-made thin layer of rough.
Okay, you know what? The paper making experience is also cool because there's actual value in here. I can let this slide. There's not really a lot of opportunities for you to encounter this elsewhere. It gives you an appreciation of like trinkets and collectibles that you buy in the area. Motherfucker, stay at home and build a box. A meth addict from Breaking Bad explains how gratifying it is. You don't need to waste this much time and money. No. You know what? I like the washi workshop. Okay, I will stand the paper workshop.
Rakusuishi paper on top. It creates this beautiful lace-like texture that fuses with your wet paper.
I do agree with the overall fact that Japan as a place is wasted on people like that. This is why I insist on gatekeeping Japan. I think that Japan as an experience should be earned, and he has not. I really don't want Japan to be accessible to normies. I'm sorry. We need to ban the Japanese from speaking English ever again. Just that's it. I'm sorry. All English speakers in Japan just have to be put to death. The knowledge of the English language must be expunged from the island. It must once again become a secret for the normies.
The next part is the drying machine. Peeling the warm, crisp paper off the heater was satisfying. This method gives washi its distinctive two-sided texture. One side is smooth from the metal, and the other retains a slightly rougher texture of the natural fiber.
Normies ruin everything, you swear to God. I mean, at the point where Pippa started posting about how going to Japan fixes all of your problems, that's it. I'm sorry. Like, if she's far from a normie, but she's definitely outside of the deep cultural context of the country. So once you have dirty casuals having ready access to Japan, that's it. It's no longer cool.
You aren't just buying a postcard, you are embedding a memory into the fiber of the paper itself.
Wow, that is so pretentious. Thank you. I've actually lost IQ points after hearing that.
Since these are postcards, you could mail them, but honestly, ours are staying right here. We're keeping them as treasures. It's a souvenir that carries the memory of making it. If you're traveling as a family, this experience is highly accessible. As you've seen, even our 5-year-old was able to do this.
Bro, if I'm traveling with a family, we're spending the entire week in the fucking judo dojo.
For our family of 5, the entire experience took about 90 minutes. A fantastic experience with a fantastic instructor. Finally, we have the silver spoon making experience in Kuromae.
Excuse me, the what?
This is a masterclass in patience and art. Our instructor or sensei, Sohaku, is a 12th generation Shiroganeshi, a true silver master. You aren't just making a souvenir, you are stepping into a lineage of discipline and precision. We began with a flat sheet of silver already cut into the spoon shape. This makes it accessible even if you don't have a lot of physical strength. In fact, the sensei handles the heavy lifting.
Okay, I like that the instructor speaks no English. This is an ad. This entire video is an ad. Sure, but I'm allowed to shit all over the things that he's promoting.
When it comes to the difficult shaping, allowing us to focus on the art of the design itself. Because of this, it was incredibly family-friendly. Even our 4-year-old was able to participate and hammer in his own designs. The sensei was incredibly patient, guiding the kids.
Personally, I really liked the hammered look because you can produce scale-like patterns on these things. So yeah, this one's pretty cool.
Kids with a level of care that really stood out to us. For those of you who appreciate craftsmanship, this is the ultimate doing experience. You are working alongside a master to create a piece of silverware that you will use for the rest of your life. If you want the full details of this experience, we have a dedicated video on this spoon making.
Okay, I approve of the spoon making and of the washi paper.
Link is in the description. These 5 hands-on experiences will anchor you to the culture in a way that observation never will.
They will not anchor you to shit. The spoon making and the washi paper is acceptable. Yeah. Sorry. I am sorry, sir. You are now banned from Japan per my decree. What is this? The British bus experience. It's only 8 minutes. Let's watch this.
What makes the UK the UK? Is it a cup of tea, the weather, or is it the national pastime of complaining about literally everything while simultaneously refusing to change a single thing? It's none of them. If you want the purest taste of British life, the real, undiluted essence of who we are, there is only one thing you need to do. Step onto a bus. Not the tube, not your comfy little Peugeot 304, the bus. Because in that creaky tin can of wheels, you'll find it all. Illegal substances and a constant fear that you might be shanked by a track-suited teenager who's just finished doom-scrolling TikTok. It's all there. The British bus is everything to us, and it begins long before you even sit down. It starts at the bus stop.
Bus wankers!
Non-UK residents assume that we stand in neat lines for buses, since we are known for queuing. But in this case, that is not true. Don't get me wrong, there's definitely times where there is a line at the bus stop. But the bus stop queue line is not a line. It's an understanding, a telepathic order. Everyone knows who got there first. No one announces it. No one dares break it. If you so much as edge towards that curb out of turn, you'll summon a wrath of the pensioners. You've not known true fear until you've felt the sharp intake of breath from a 74-year-old woman who's been waiting since Vietnam to get on the X44 to Sheringham. She'll hit you with a tut so powerful you'll feel it in your bones.
Who the f*** does she think she is?
And if she whispers, "some people," under her breath, you might as well start walking home. You're finished. So then the bus actually arrives, always late, but never so late that you actually give up waiting. Just late enough to test your patience, to make you say, "Where is it then?" under your breath 5 or 6 times in 10 minutes. And when it finally happens, you never know what you're about to face. Bit like meeting a bird off Tinder. It could be rammed, people pressed together like a wet packet of cigarettes, or it could be completely empty except for that one bloke in the back with a tracksuit on, hood up, eyes locked on his phone, scrolling so vigorously that the plastic shards could feed his 7 children, and you think, right, he's either harmless or I'm about to hop off this bus looking like my breakfast. A crumpet smothered.
It is interesting that this was not the case 10 years ago. Like, in my living memory, it was not this bad.
And strawberry jam. Now comes the...
You've heard a lot of bus stories. The game master of your current Rogue Trader campaign is a British bus driver. How dare you assume that I don't know what Rogue Trader is?
Great ritual of boarding. You climb those steps, fumbling your card or your pennies, and you mumble the sacred words to the driver. "One to town, please, mate." Always town. Doesn't matter if you're going 3 stops or 30. You say town, and the driver, he just knows.
What did they have less than 10 years ago? I don't know. I can't quite put my finger on it.
He always knows. But then comes the real battle. The contactless machine. Oh, the humiliation. You tap once, nothing. You tap again. The driver says, "Wait a minute, mate, just, let it do its thing." Nothing. You're starting to look like a bit of a...
I'm the first person in a lot of 40k circles who fucking knew. Really?
A mug. You tap a 3rd time, pressing it hard into the plastic frame like you're trying to summon the spirit of Barclaycard, and suddenly it beeps. But alas, you've tapped it too many times, and the bus driver now thinks you're a tosser. The massive queue behind you exhales in a collective disappointment, and you shuffle away like a little medieval peasant. And that's when the stench hits you. There's always a smell. Sometimes it's chips, sometimes it's Lynx Africa, but the UK servers have
oh yeah, okay.
recently got overloaded with criticism in the last decade, so they've upgraded to CN. Nice. But sometimes the smell is something darker, something that leaves you thinking, is that ganja or is that someone's armpit?
Oh, no.
And honestly, you never really know. You don't really want to know. You just sit there, breathing through your mouth, hoping that your Under Armour t-shirt doesn't absorb it. So, the seating politics. It's a game of chess. Empty bus, 23 seats, where do you sit? The rule is, you never, ever sit next to a person unless they're fit, or you absolutely have to. That's not just etiquette, that's law. Break it and you'll feel the entire bus turn against you. And if you do end up side by side, you just sit there like mannequins. Arms tucked, knees pressed together, praying your elbows don't touch, and if they do, well, you basically propose marriage at that point. Congratulations, you're now in a legally binding relationship with Maureen and her shopping bag. Upstairs. If you're lucky enough to have a bus with an upstairs. If you're rural, you probably just have a single decker. But upstairs, it's another world.
I liked riding the upper deck of the British bus.
Upstairs is like being in a locked private channel on a Discord server. Upstairs has the throne. The front row. You sit there and suddenly you're not just a passenger, you're a co-pilot. The road stretches out before you, every corner, every pothole, every pigeon that refuses to move, you see it all. And if the driver takes a bend too fast, you grip into the rail like you're at Alton Towers, hoping a pigeon doesn't shatter the window in front of you, because that happens all the time. It's a terrifying borderlinely glorious experience, I won't lie. It's almost like when you're in a car with your dad and he's had a few too many Stellas and suddenly you have to pretend that you're not scared shitless of crashing into a family of 4. Maybe just a personal story there. And of course, the cast of characters, they never change. I've been getting the bus for over a decade now and there's still always that one person with headphones blaring so loud that you can hear every single word. Always some random old lady scranning some curried goat. I once sat next to a bloke demolishing a full roast chicken. No cutlery, just his hands and the Morrison's hot counter bag it came in. Looked like he'd lost a fight with his own morals. Then you've got the shouter that's always on the phone and always seems to be in some sort of crisis. And he's like, nah mate, nah, she's dead to me mate, dead to me. Loud enough that 3 villages away, people know Brenda's been written off for good. And then there's the alcoholics.
2 bottles of wine, a bottle of whiskey and 10 cans of lager now.
Usually there for the mid-afternoon routes, they'll stumble on, plonk themselves down, and start a TED talk with the back of your rainbow vomit chair. Okay, not to be funny, right? But the thing is, society's collapsing. That's why I tattooed a Union Jack on my test. And you nod because somehow in that moment, he's making perfect sense. The tension builds as your stop gets closer. You've got to press the bell, but not too soon. Press it early and you look like a pillock, like you don't understand the pacing of a bus or something. Press it too late and you'll end up rugby tackling a pensioner to get out before the doors close. And while you wait, you stand in the aisle, clinging onto those little metal poles like you're auditioning for Strictly Come Dancing, or like you're one of those pigs hung up in the butchers. But you know, there's been like a sudden earthquake and you're just like swaying from side to side with every single corner the bus driver makes.
They do drive fucking rough.
The driver brakes suddenly, you lunge forward and your face ends up inches away from the doom-scrolling Shanker. He looks up, and for one brief, horrifying second, your eyes meet. You smile, he does not. You immediately look away and rehearse your will line for line. And then the finale. You step off the bus, but not before completing the most sacred ritual of all. You thank the driver.
Thanks, driver.
Thank you.
Bye-bye, driver.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Bye. Bye.
Doesn't matter if he nearly killed 3 cyclists, allowed an under-
No, that actually makes it even better. I'm more grateful to him proportionally to the amount of cyclers he mangled.
The ground crime ring to flourish, or drove like he was in training for the Formula 1.
Your GM once told you a story, and showed some pics of another driver on the same shift whose brakes broke and he slammed through a stone wall.
You say, thank you driver, or cheers mate. Everyone says it, it's almost like a choir of exhausted angelic apes. If you fail to do it, you will be shunned from society. And that's the bus. You get on stressed, you get off more stressed, and somewhere in between you breathe in a smell that will haunt your dreams. You brush shoulders with characters straight out of a sitcom.
It was a double-decker tube. I mean, he would have the mass to do that.
You play Russian roulette with the contactless machine, and you risk your life with a gravy-stained tracksuit tyrant. And yet, somehow, you'll do it all again tomorrow. Because nothing defines Britain more than a group of strangers suffering together in silence on a moving tin can with windows that never quite open. After all, this is Britain. I'd absolutely love to retire in Spain, so if you could subscribe, I'd love to go there and retire. And
I mean, see, I think every time we catch Digby doom posting in the Discord, we just need to contextualize the things that he says in that. You would also be helplessly blackpilled and forever pessimistic if you had to live in the UK. You were laughing at Oni jokes, for the record. There were Oni jokes. Do we have time to watch another one of these? No. Let's watch while we vote. No, never mind. Fuck you. You don't get to vote because I bought a game to play today. Sorry. We're going to be playing... Let me see, how much time do we have? We're 2 hours in. Okay, I think we don't get the onsen. Or do we get the onsen while I pick out the game? The game I got for today is called They Killed Your Cat. So that's what we're going to play. Let's watch a little bit of the onsen. And I want to get to the meat and potatoes of it. The game called They Killed Your Cat. And yes, we do to them everything they deserve for doing that. See, it's winter. I'm already not quite feeling it. Elevation is, oh, okay, over 1 kilometer. Not too thrilled about the scenes. I really dislike winter. Well, there's a little guy. There's a doggo. Oh. He's just a little guy. Okay, fairly classic foyer. Seems like something that was built in the Showa era. Pics of Japan in winter, but you're biased. God gave us hands to pet everything. Meiji era vibes, you say? Okay, sure. Well, maybe because of the furniture, that's true. I really like the feel that a lot of Japanese places have, where it's modernity pressing up against something that was very carefully preserved. Not because it has some kind of profound monetary value, not because it's like ancient or culturally relevant, but because it's a good thing and it should be preserved, and because of that it just stays there. But also, you need a certain modern touch to deal with modern challenges.
でご来館いただきまして誠にありがとうございます。はい、では簡単に館内のご説明させていただきますので、はい、お風呂の方ですけれども。
Your grandpa, who basically raised you, was there during the last years of the occupation with the Marines, and you grew up looking at a lot of old black and white photos he had left from those times. Interesting. What were the photos of? Kind of spawned camp you into being a weeb.
全部でこの5つございます。まず男性専用のお風呂1箇所、女性専用のお風呂が1箇所、あとこちらの下に書いてある3つは3時間ごとに男性女性切り替わるお風呂になりますので、3時間ごとに切り替えをしながら24時間お風呂は入れるようになってますので、その切り替えの時間を注意していただいてご入浴をいただく。4時間お風呂は入れるようになってますので、その切り替えの時間を注意していただいてご入浴をいただければと思います。
Interesting. So no proper mixed bath, just a rotating schedule. That's definitely something we did to them. For some reason, the MacArthur occupation was very miffed about mixed baths. I don't know what the fuck it is, but they were very insistent that you will not have mixed onsen. That was for some reason a big ask of the MacArthur occupation.
はい、こちらお部屋のキーになります。はい、ではごゆっくりなさっていってください。
I was around various towns, but he had another set where he and his squad climbed Mount Fuji. It's all black and white and snow covered. Always think of it when you see snowy Japan. I see. Is it bad that you love Spirited Away just to watch the absurd bathhouse antics? Not at all. Yeah, the hallway really tries hard at Art Deco. I really miss Japanese onsen. Very few things hit like running yourself dog-tired through an entire day of hard training and then finally sinking into the mineral water. Per person, 4 people, sure, that's overpriced as hell. Holy damn. They charge per person, not per room. I mean, it is the size of an entire apartment, so I guess that kind of checks out. I really like tatami rooms. I can't wait to have the space to just have my own tatami room. Yeah, I don't know. The snow just doesn't do anything for me. Oh, they even have central heating. Oh, I really love these boxes. The little boxes, the little tea sets. It doesn't even have to be anything fancy. I just enjoy the fact that they're there. It's a nice Oni crest, I approve. Can you keep the tenugui? I have a collection of, I think, about 40 different tenugui at this point. Although I don't know where that is now. You love when content creators do videos in Japan during winter? I really dislike it when content creators make videos in Japan, full stop. These are Japanese people who just travel around different onsen. I blame content creators for alerting people of the fact that Japan exists. Like, here's the thing. The reason I detest Johnny Somali is because he didn't just provoke the creation of a bunch of copycats. He also alerted a lot of normies to the fact that, well, Japan sort of exists, and you can just sort of go there, and you'll generally be okay as long as you're not as much of a fuckhead. And I really dislike that attitude. I really think that you should not just be allowed to enter Japan. I really think you should be screened. Preferably, you should take a fucking language exam to enter. Oh, the bath's available 24 hours. Okay, yeah, that's big. Ah, I guess that's why they're rotated. They have a Tengu bath, a sword bath, an Oni bath, a fan bath. Okay. Ah, and so they have these this little switcheroo sign that they put up and down every time the rotation occurs. That's cool. Oni mentioned Kurumaru most affected, exactly. I feel represented, I feel seen. This is why I like this channel. Did you see the little remarks? It's like filmed with special permission. You know that these are Japanese people because they bothered to ask for permission. They cleared it with the space. They've emptied out. There are no people there. They're not interfering with anyone, and only then they started filming, as opposed to your typical fucking retarded content creator who thinks that because he has a selfie stick and a working phone, he's entitled to film. Stop that. There's a reason why I never posted any walk around sort of, selfie stick style or GoPro style videos when I was in Japan. It's fucking rude to film most of those. You can take photos in appropriate areas, and that's why I just posted photos. Oh, so it's a natural spring, okay. Oh, very nice. Sulfur baths. The hot springs that I went to in Aizu also had this natural, sort of mineral-rich water. Less interested in the indoor bathrooms. Let's skip over to the dinner to not drag it out. Oh, kaiseki dinner. Kobe beef. I see a heated plate. I see crab. Oh. Look at that marbling. That is obscene. I really like the dignified presentation. Very nice. Oh. Your chill has been violated. Your now positive Psy Games is going to put the westernization gun to Uma Musume's head and pull the fucking trigger. Why? What are they doing? And why are they doing that? You'd think that Psy Games would know better. Is it because they're adding the extremely tanned Umas? Pickles, very nice. This is something else, something awful, do tell. Lots of wild vegetable dishes. Nice, 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 nice. What do you mean it doesn't look great? It looks perfectly fine. How dare you? It looks like they a fixed it post on Twitter. I've seen the picture of the new Uba. I don't know. Apparently is there a horse named Robert E. Lee? I forget. Someone mentioned something to that effect. I wasn't paying attention because I don't play Uma Musume. Eggplant stuffed with shrimp paste. Nice. I mean, eggplant is just, it's just there. Like, cooked eggplant doesn't taste good, doesn't taste bad, because it just fucking doesn't taste. it's just bland fiber with it doesn't really have any sugar in it. So I guess it actually makes for a very good host to become essentially a plant-based dumpling skin. I can't really appreciate the sake, not being a drinker. So we'll have to trust the source here. I mean, with modern logistics, is it really surprising? For one, no fish is really served fresh. Fish for sashimi dishes is usually dry aged, at least for a little bit. It's aged in cold storage to remove the excess moisture, to remove the sort of fishy taste of it. So even in Japan, even in places like Toyosu, it's not that you're actually eating the day's catch for most things, especially if it's hakami or shiromi. Mollusks and roe, especially sea urchin roe, yes, it's like the fresher the better. Everything else usually goes through a significant aging. I really like those little fuel tablets they use for tableside hot pots. Oh, look at that thing crackle. Jesus fuck, I want yakiniku so badly. Buy my fucking patch so that I can afford to go to Japan. Buy a patch for yourself. Buy a patch for someone else. Buy a patch for someone who doesn't know what a Kurumaru is. Please do not burn the yakiniku and hand it to Oguri Cap. Yeah. Oh, with a little bit of fresh rice with just a touch of vinegar. Damn. Oh. See, I'm not a big fan of nabe as a format, just because it's a little poor coated. But damn, these go pretty hard, especially when it's like a kaiseki nabe. I don't like mixed flavors of things normally. I really like my things to be separate. However, the nabe pretty okay, especially if it's a seafood nabe. Valid. She's really leaning on the sake. My guy, you may want to check if your lady has a problem there. Oh. They're serving hojisha because it's the evening, as to not over caffeinate the guests. A cute little pudding with mellow evening roasted hojisha. Nice. The lights have been turned down. Tengu no Yu, okay. Out of respect for my instructors who were Tengu, we need to look at this as well. I wonder if it's materially different. Oh, okay, so this is more of a traditional indoor bath, okay. With an attached shower area. Very nice. My mirror neurons are currently raping me. I did not consent to be reminded of how good onsen feels. Oh. Just an outdoor area? Nice. Very cool. Very nice. Alright. What we're going to do is, I'm going to leave you to watch this. I'm not even going to go to a BRB screen. I'm just going to go take a quick break, refill my drinks, and then we're going to play games. Alright, I am back right in time. What is that, chalky milk? It is chalky milk, very cool. I really like Japanese vending machines. Okay, that is enough mental torture for me. If any more occurs, I will actually physically mauled. But what we will do is we're gonna play some video games. I wonder if it's on the list. They killed your cat. 1 viewer, 1 follower. Let's just go games and demos then. Games and demos. Yay. Alright. Let's see what this game of yours is all about. What are you? Did the game crash just out of the box? That's great. That's I think it did. I think it actually crashed the moment I clicked off of it. That's... Oh no, never mind. Okay, are you serious? You want to quit? No, I don't want to quit. Cancel. You're showing me an odd menu, okay? Aim, reload, training, endless survival. Let's go to settings first. Run behavior, press. Yeah, let's toggle aim behavior, press. No, aim behavior, hold. Sensitivity, that's fine. Master volume, we like to keep that low. See about yay high is going to be okay. Music volume, keep that shit minimal. HUD, SFX, you're fine. Cloth sound, breathing sound, player footsteps, alarm sounds. Okay, we keep all of those. Controls, remove mag X, insert mag R. Okay, so similar to Beyond Citadel, blink E. Okay, sure. Graphics, full screen, full resolution, FPS locked at 60. Okay. Brightness, contrast, saturation, texture, 1/2, that's fine. Anti-aliasing, not sure I need that. VSync, fine. Blood decals, reflections, HUD processor. Not a lot of settings to work with. Aim reload training, okay. Use the laptop to save your progress. Semi-manual, manual reloads only. Full manual, breathing, blinking, and walking. Let's, headshot mode, normal, headshots only. I'm not sure what this is. There's a lot of settings. Enemy speed, no jamming, normal jamming, weapons might jam. Let's add that. Alright, continue. Am I supposed... that's very sensitive. Just a second. Let's bump that down a touch real quick. Holy shit. Let's take that down. That mouse is very fast. Alright, yeah, this is more like it. The hell am I handling? Active alarm, remove magazine. We're in lockback, okay. No mags, okay. Activate alarm. Where do I get it? F. Okay, F to interact, sure. Oh, Benelli, my beloved. Mark 18, though. Oh, I can have both. Hell yeah. Alright. We are so back. Sten mags. I won't hold that against you. Aid kit. Oh, we can't carry that. Okay. How's the audio? It sounds a little loud. Mark 18 full? How can it be full? Benelli and a Mark 18 already peak. Absolutely based choice. Really? 5-round tube? Seriously? Seriously, I think the settings didn't take. Master volume, let's lower that a little bit more. Aim behavior is hold, yeah, there we go. It should be hold. Hollow sight. Oh, I can buy shit. That's cool. That's cool. Gay import version, real and true. Ready eject. Drop the slide. Nice. Take an extra mag. Come on, you know you want to. Alright, let's load up the Mark 18. Send that bolt forward. Oh, we don't need... Oh, we have pop-up iron sights that are not popped up, I guess. Select fire. Wait, what is that button? That's not a button I recognize. Which button is that? Settings, control, breathe, control, blink, E, we're not blinking. Select fire, tab, okay. Semi-auto, always go full auto. Never go California compliant. I would really like to hold to aim, if I may. Ha! Okay. Wait, I already have money. I can have money. I reflex sight on everything. That's an ugly fucking spare round. Alright. Where alarm though? I really like the fact that they've started importing the proper 7.2 version, though. The hell is that optic? Holy shit, that's supposed to be, is that a knockoff EOTech? Legally distinct EOTech? COD Seymour open emitter? How do I activate an alarm? Is that like a button press that I need to take? Control, interaction, shop, equip primary, open settings, escape. You're gonna need a blue Oni model because the Stark preferential distinctions are growing sharp. What do you mean? Me not appreciating this hollow sight? Listen, the EOTech goes on everything, okay? It's okay to be wrong. Seymour open emitter optics are actually used on Mark 18's mod 0, so that reflex sight is actually accurate to the Mark 18. Well, then I stand corrected. When I buy a Mark 18, I will definitely only run an EOTech on it. How do I activate an alarm? Oh, suppressed out of the box. You love to see it. Alright, I guess this is supposed to be the tutorial, so we tutorialed. Endless survival, let's just play regular. Controlled pairs. All auto, all of the time. You are the one who knocks. You're nighttime all of the time. You nothing under 16 inches. Me, short barrel is life. That's not true. My go-to rifle in Gray Zone is a 20-inch DMR. Okay, start new game. Enter name. Alright, normal. Enemies mixed with civilians because it's more fun. Enemy mode, low amount of enemies, normal, normal weapon jams, enemy speed mixed. Not recommended. Let's just talk about this? Nah, we're not talking. Oh, just a cat, you say. Sorry, you're all going to die. Do I have a melee attack? That's also... Oh, are we running an Osprey? That's kind of hot. That's kind of hot, not gonna lie. I am considering getting an Osprey can for the 9mm. It's either that or the Hux. Hello. Nah, you were running at me. I don't fucking trust you. You were approaching a man with a gun. Who the fuck are you? I think the ones without masks are safe. These are proper civilians. Did they drop any loot? I guess they don't. Have we run any daytime raids in Gray Zone, Notary, or did we only do spooky stuff at night? Because at nighttime I would have run a Mark 18, but in the daytime I am strictly a designated marksman. Just spooky stuff? Ah, see, that's Mark 18 required. Well, then Mark 18 will be acquired. Can I buy one? Oh, I can just buy one. Okay, well, I can hypothetically, just not right now. Yeah, just YOLO it on spare mags for now. The fuck were you attempting to do? Yeah, because we only did spooky stuff in, like, restrictive areas, that's why I went, like, Mark 18, nods. Good center mass hit. Good hit on vitals. Less good hit on vitals. I like that there's a kill indicator. That's kind of cool. Attack reload. Yeah, in the daytime in Gray Zone, I almost exclusively run a 20-inch AR DMR to reach hearts and minds from afar. Am I throwing out magazines when I'm done using them? I mean, kind of based, but also not really practical. Okay, I can't shoot at the lock. That's fine. Did I hit a civvy? Okay, I damaged him a little bit, but he's fine. Kinda nonchalant, just walked it off, kinda based. I'm loving the physics of this. This is probably my new favorite slop. How do I open these? Where the fuck do you think you're going? Out of the way, out of the way. Which way are you showing that way? Well, I don't want the exit yet. I want more firepower. Come on. Anything here? Shot the Raider. Alright, great interactivity. I appreciate that. You know, for 2 shots, we're just gonna, yeah. Oh, I could have picked up. Damn, let's let's backtrack. I'm not wasting my fucking mags. No, we don't do that. Waste not, want not. Especially since we're kind of strapped for cash. Got anything good on you? No. Alright. I noticed that he was just dropping the mag, like he wasn't retaining the mag on a tactical reload as you're supposed to. Please tell me they haven't despawned. I'm liking the ambiance. This might be my new favorite slop game for just chatting. They do stuff here, they're in interactables. Oh. Enemies are coming. I may have fucked up. I may have fucked up. Why did I do that again? Can someone please tell me? Holy shit, they just swarm you. I'll take that, thank you. Oh, 2. Can I, There we go. Because hitting the button is fun? I mean, I can't argue with that. 12-round magazine? The hell am I carrying? Is this a Glock 19 or something? Do I have an inventory there where I can gawk at the gun? Like, I obviously don't have a stamina meter. I do have another one of these. It's unlocking a door, okay. Okay, I am maybe a little brittle. Oh, I died. Okay, I die in a few. Noted, noted. I need to get used to the I need to get used to the life cycle of this thing. Okay, we buy our magazines, we insert the magazine, we send the slide forward. I would really see. I'm still doing the Beyond Citadel thing of trying to drop the slide with my right click, and it's not what that does. But I think there's a utility to hitting the button. Mark 23. Ah, I see. Okay. Does anyone remember what the base for a Mark 23 is? Is it a Glock 19? It's been a while since I looked into it. Ported barrel too, just noticed. That was not great at all. Let's be accountable for our magazines. Huh. Where did that empty magazine come from? Mark 23 is based on the USP Descendant? Hold up. Let's Google that real quick. There is some kind of... Wait, the Mark 23 is an HK gun, so I'm thinking of something. I'm thinking of the Mark 24, actually. Mark 24. Mark 24 Mod 0. Okay. No, that's something else. That's an HK. What am I thinking of?
Based on what? Based on this
dick in your mouth.
Yeah, that one is based on that one. I was thinking of a Mark 24, but there's definitely a special operations version of the Glock that was not widely adopted. Let me try to look for it. US SOCOM Glock. Mark 27, that's the one that I was thinking of. Mark 27. Mark 27 Glock, there we go. And that one is based on the Glock 19. So it's a Glock 19 with a light suppressor and a Trijicon RMR. Okay, I see. So it's actually a Mark 27. Do we restore health at all? Is the real question. Keep walking. I'm gonna assume no. None of you drop loot. I guess I just get money for kills. I can bump them over. Okay, so these doors open whenever I ring the fire alarm. I think that's the logic of it. God, I hate stock block sites. Alright, let's go and clear out the previous fire alarm. Kind of long limbs on that last lady? Yeah, a little bit, but, you know, we are not sent here to do physiognomy checks. We only do vibe checks, and those are perpetrated by means of masks. If they're masked up, we put them down. Because they're obviously skinwalkers. Alright, let's click in a new round. That's, okay, that's a good round. Let's pick this one up. Stay down. What part of stay down did you not comprehend? Can I download rounds? I really don't like the fact that I'm just carrying, you know, semi-full magazines. I would like some inventory management, please. I understand that would violate the spirit of the game, but I trust that I would be OCD enough to do that. If I earn my downtime, I should have that quality of life. Still locked. Still locked. Fuck it, let's go. Oh, motherfucker. Alright. Note to self, don't keep partial magazines. It's not worth it. Alright, I'm starting to understand what this game wants me to do. I, in fact, do not have a, hey. Hey there, stranger. I think headshots are worth a little bit more. Mark 18 is 3,000. You know what? Fuck the irons. I'm just gonna buy some of these, and it'll be fine. Couple of magazines, we should be good. That's a big-ass fucking optic for a handgun. Alright. So, we are to be frugal with our reloads. And we are not to operate on the standard assumption of reload on each engagement. Get the fuck out of my way. God bless the holographic microwave. Yeah, it's an aspirational acro site. It is the pistol sight that we all wanted EOTech to make, and they didn't make one. Anyone else wants to smoke? Yeah, I didn't think so. Alright, note to self, picking up magazines is not a great practice because it leaves us with partials. Love that we can just bump people off and they just slide down the stairs. Why, hello there, stranger. Would you like to slow the fuck down, please? She was, in my personal space bubble. I felt threatened. My eyesight does not permit me to see if you are a civvy or not. Size-wise, this is probably closest to an aim-point acro P2, I guess. Aha, also locked. Alright, we're gonna go back. We're gonna drop this magazine. We're gonna click in a new one. We are going to buy new magazines. And we're going to ring the bell. I keep fumbling the controls. No, we do this raw. We do this raw. It is challenging. It's annoying. I'm not enjoying this. Reminds you of Synthetic, which you dig? Yeah, a little bit. It has a bit of a Synthetic vibe to it. Beyond Citadel has spoiled me by enabling me to... let's do this. There we go. Beyond Citadel has spoiled me by having a shorthand for my weapons handling in the form of a right click. Okay, so I get 50 per kill. Nothing for no scopes, okay. Clean. Yes, I will continue flushing the toilets. I don't know why, I'm superstitious. If we're supposed to be store brand John Wick, I would like to see some kind of melee capability. Civilian... Some of y'all are a little too animated. Yeah, thought as much. Alright, let's stay accountable for our magazines here real quick. We can buy some spares too. There we go. I really don't appreciate the ineffectiveness of center mass shots. Not at all a fan of those. You good? You good? You good? You good? No, I didn't think so. One of them got a lucky shut off. Let's take another spare mag. We flush because we do not wish to endure the Johnless apocalypse of the subcontinental wishes to inflict upon the world. Yeah. Alright. What did we unlock? Oh. Oh, we unlocked a save point. Fair enough. How do I... Standing desk. Very important. Control S to save. I don't think it's working. Is it working? Am I pressing Control S? Which control am I supposed to... Well, I guess I saved it. I don't know. I'll consider it saved. Okay, so these are... So this is a roguelike, essentially. Ah, okay. 17 round mags. I guess we get those. So we can eat, what, roughly 3 hits in melee? And every alarm nets us an open door. Well, let's see if we actually manage to save. The hell is this reticle? Oh, they have like a set direction of travel. They're not very mobile. Okay, noted. We are on a single pip of health. I don't appreciate that. Ah, we just did it for the ammo, I guess. 20-foot drill the game, essentially. We still don't have enough for a proper gun. Yeah, we don't. You stay right there. Silly. Let me actually toss this magazine. I'll just grab a brand new one since we're definitely not coming back. Alright, we have a full fleet of 17 round mags. See, the pistol-sized Deotech does look cool, and I wish we had that instead of the E-Flex, which is just a worse Delta Point Pro. I don't feel like being testy with one of those. We're gonna skip this fire alarm for now. I do not feel very confident in being able to clear another one, because I only have a single pip of health left. If we find a medkit, we're gonna come back to this. Footsteps on the right. Closed. Open. Oh, sweet. Mark 23. I guess I'm supposed to press the button now. I can't, oh, it's tab, right, yeah. That's a nice suppressor. Very cash money. Very comfy. Fuck. Yeah, my bad. It took me a moment to realize where my reload button was. Well, not a reload. I didn't even have a reload on me. Which is kind of unfair that I can't retain ammo in advance of getting the gun. Because it's basically the game forcing me to backtrack. Hollow sight. I am enjoying tool or drill the game. Ah, okay, so there is some leeway. I don't actually need to click their head. Move, buddy, come on. I don't have all day, neither do you. Maybe don't? See, it's not fair that I need the thing in order to have a magazine. I find that somewhat unfair. I guess we can start this by clearing. We need to clear those as the mandatory thing. Eject, reload. Need to be mindful of my round count. This is addictive. I like that it's a puzzle game built on extreme violence. This is actually a pretty good drill, just in terms of locking in that muscle memory. Of, yes, when you run dry, you actually need to do something about that. Alright, so it's 3 shots if I don't hit the head, got it. Clear 4 lines to secure your reload efficiently, yeah. Okay, both civvies. Don't get the fuck out of my way. You look like you have nefarious intent. Alright, there's a certain leeway here, so it's not really punishing in terms of accuracy. Nice. I hate that he's not using the mag release. That's probably my only gripe with the game. Like, come on, man. Just use your tools appropriately. Okay, we have a little bit of spending money. Let's go and clear out some of the fire alarms that we left behind. But this is ostensibly a high-stakes puzzle game. Probably want to lower the sensitivity even more. Need to reposition my wrist too. Actually, and now I'm lost. I forgot which way I was going. Alright. Yeah, let's get full spare mags. They trip over the bodies, that's cool. can't figure out if a shot to the heart actually does anything, or is the only instant showstopper we have access to is a headshot. Reloaded a little early, that's fine. We can waste a little bit of ammo. Any more? No, that's a civvy. 1700? What was 1700? What do you mean? Up. I'm not sure, like, knowing... Wait a second, it didn't save my progress. Control S to save progress. Control S. I think the saving system doesn't work. Because we... Oh, I see. Ah, you bitch. There you go. That's how you do it. Okay, I see what you're doing, game. Clever. It took me a minute. It's one of those games. It's I'm not complaining. Listen, as long as we agree on certain rules in advance, I'm not gonna bitch about it. This is just handgun ammo. Fuck it, I don't want it. I'm already full. I will make a little bit of money, but I don't need it right now. I'd rather go and grab my Mark 18 and then get access to the main door. Right, that's my main corridor. I don't really need this. So what I'm getting from the game is that there are essential alerts and non-essential alerts. Interesting that the game doesn't, the rifle doesn't come with... I mean, I have money for the spare ammo. There we go. It's a little pricier than the handgun shit, but you know what? It's worth it. It's that, high-octane, creamy goodness. That door is gonna... Fuck! I fumbled. Oh, okay, cool. We spawned from the laptop. That makes it a lot more palatable. The jams still catch me off guard. I love it. This is intended to be a rage game, but I am all here for this. Alright, this is our choke point. No, this is not our choke point just yet. Pop in a fresh mag. Our Mark 23. Pop in a mag, send the bolt forward. Put her in auto. Reflex sight, spare mags. I guess that's what we have to work with. Not enough money, you say? Well, I'm about to have more than enough. I'm pretty sure that I tapped the bolt release there, but okay. Which one of you fucking ran far enough to actually get a shot off? Take inventory. Gun dry. Reflex sight, no money for ammo. Very realistic, upsettingly so. You want? Are you sure you want the smoke? So one other fumbling over there. Let me help you with that, sir. I would like a med kit, please. Can I use any one of these? Ah, there we go. Control S to save. There we go. Can I save on any one of these? I guess I can. That's kind of cool. I like it when rules are universal, meaning if we establish that laptops are for saving, all laptops are for saving. Toggle flashlight? To do what? Does it have stopping power? Does it have battery? Since when do I have a flashlight? Is it a body-worn flashlight as opposed to a weapon-mounted one? Oh, that is dog shit. No thank you. I really don't like that. Must be a headlamp or something. Because it is causing issues for the holographic sight. That's still not enough? Okay. Let me... I should have enough after this. Yeah, that's much better. This is great. This is great. Ah, mixed terrain. Lovely. A lot of blind angles. I'm not enjoying that. What happens if I shoot a fire extinguisher? Ah, that happens if I shoot a fire extinguisher. I see. I see what you're doing, game. I'm gonna pop in a fresh mag. Well, I guess you're all going to die. Motherfucker, I only had one tap left in me. Does it save my health state? It does not. That's good. That's good. That's good. It's 5 rounds. Ah, fuck it. We'll take it. Let's pop the 5-rounder in and take the full magazine. Ah, okay. That's not what it did. That is not the level of priority that I would have preferred. I don't want to toggle the flashlight because it's dog shit. Now imagine doing this while also blinking and manually breathing. I would actually rather kill myself. I guess if it's headshot enough, it still turns them off. 450, okay, I need one more body. Well, I guess I don't get one more body. Fair enough. Do I have no ammo? I have no ammo, okay. Well, this is going to suck. Let's buy at least handgun ammo, I guess. Okay, so that goes through walls. Good to know. Oh, that also damages me, which is, you know, fair. Oh, that's a lot. Oh, that's a lot. Oh, that's a lot. Oh, fuck. I may be soft-locked. They gave me a little bit of pity money. That's nice. That's nice. Or do I retain money between sets? Alright, so we're gonna save our magazines for the first volley of assholes, and then we're going to break out the main dish. What does the light accomplish, realistically? You gotta be accountable for the rounds beyond your target. Okay, if we shoot them in the clavicle, that's still a one-tap. That's good to know. You may want to clear the fuck out there, sir. We need to concentrate them here. Yeah, there's way too fucking many of them. Let's think about this one. It gives me a little bit more money. Okay, so we're definitely not clearing that without more primary ammo. Alright, let's think about this for a moment. Empty, empty, empty. Free mag. Let's go and actually collect another free mag further down the corridor. Just the shitter or what? Okay, this is just the shitter. I would very much like to have a shotgun, but the density of enemies is kind of high, and I definitely need to use the fire extinguishers to clear them out. Damn, I need to run really fucking far to get them. This is handgun ammo. I don't enjoy not being able to scalp rounds from the floor. Like, please, let me be a miser. Alright. Extra mag acquired. We're gonna go and save with this amount of ammo so that we don't have to rebuy it every time. It is nice of the game to give us pity rounds. I do appreciate that. Okay, so most things in the game die after 3 shots to the body or 1 in the general vicinity of the head, which is a rule that we're going to have to abide by. Not pulling that because that's not really going to give me anything. What is that? That's an empty mag. Alright. Save. There we go. Wait, I don't want the toggle flashlight. Alright, all hostiles. bogey kills confirmed. Spare mag, please and thank you. Where the fuck you think you're going? You know, security rounds, it's important. You sure you're all dead? Yeah, I would say so. Alright. Weapon ready, hell yeah. I would really like to have the ability to, you know, spray a little bit of a hops number 9 before popping the alarm there. That's a fucking lot. That's a lot. That's a lot of them. That's not great. Not great. That's a lot of warm bodies. Oh, motherfucker, why does this thing jam so much? Is this a fucking PSA rifle? Alright, let's run this again. Thank you for the extra ammo. Yeah, let's just go and max that out real quick. I guess this is the anti-soft lock mechanism. Every time I die, it gives me a little... Every time I die, it's gonna give me a little bit of pity money. Yeah, we're doing pretty okay. Alright, buy some spare mags. Yeah, hypothetically... okay, so the buy menu is a pause menu, so I could hypothetically just buy more rifle mags in the pause menu. Let's make a mental note of that. I like that they swarm and they bob and weave at you. That is kind of cool. Fuck. Try again. Try again. We're gonna get there eventually. Eventually, I'm just going to unlock the fucking Benelli with the pity money the game gives me. And it's also not going to help me one bit. Do not fucking run at me. Civvy, are you Civvy? Yes, you are a Civvy. Civvy, that's fine. Alright, so, from the just sheer density of enemies that I've observed, I don't think it's practical to try to buy more handgun ammo. We just do what we can with what we have. We bottleneck them here as hard as we can. You stay the fuck down. Okay, we still have one more fire extinguisher to use. I'm gonna use that now, switch over to the primary. Attack reload. I'm just gonna save up money until I get a Benelli, fuck it. There's a lot of them, too. I really don't think that I'm supposed to just you know, shoot while walking backward. We have to make good use of the fire extinguishers. That's the main takeaway here. Civvy, civvy. The light doesn't even give us any extra compliance. That's kind of disappointing. Alright, 35 round magazine? Where did I get one of those? Okay, well, we have yet to run out of ammo on that one. Dump the mag. Dump the mag. Switch to primary. Switch to primary. Ah, fuck. Why are you still hitting me while you're on the ground? That's not fair. 4,000. How much for a Benelli? 7,500. We're gonna eat a crock of shit for daring to save up for a Benelli. Unless we go back and we power level at some of the previous alarms, but I'm concerned about the amount of health that's gonna cost me. A mask, that's a mask. Civvy. Just need to get good at clicking heads. Okay. Flip the alarm. Run in. Target focus. Slam the brakes. Oh, get the fuck out! I know I was standing kind of close to that. That's kind of my fault. We get, what, 100 per kill? Right, eventually while doing this, we're gonna fail upward enough that we're gonna be able to buy a shotgun, and I expect that to not help us out a lot. Because if I'm not able to do well with 30 rounds per magazine, I don't imagine that I'm gonna do much better with 5. Ooh. Cool it, cool it, cool it. Nowhere to rush, nowhere to rush. This is ostensibly a puzzle game. Hold the switch. Need to accumulate a critical mass of bodies, and then let her rip. How did you get here? Huh? Let's not hit the buy menu because think. No, we go all in. We go all in. We believe. Surely this is the run. Motherfucker. We did not believe hard enough and we wasted money. We almost have enough. Shit. Okay, dare I? Let's go run one of the previous alarms and get enough money for a Benelli, I guess. Is that it? Just two? Okay. Did that unlock anything new? Or did I just do that for shits and giggles? That's just the completionist target. I know there's another enemy closet further down. I want to at least beat this level. Why is my phone going off? Is it important? Ah, Aura. Okay, thank you. This is a door unlocked. There's some pistol mags there. Not terribly useful. Do I just get this door for free? I really like the FOV. The FOV is trippy. Come on. Okay, I just get the door for free. Let's leave this one here. Let's leave this one here. Take all 17 rounders. Nice. Nice. You know what? At the very least, we got some free ammo, so I guess that counts for something. Let's go save. With the power of saves coming, we're gonna beat this level. We would have probably had a better time if I had discovered the effects of the fire extinguisher a little earlier. Oh, come on, open sesame. There we go, saved. Boop. Excuse me, sir. You are in the way. There we go. I like that there's positive feedback on kills. I can drag my mouse a little bit closer. Hey, who are you? Okay, both of you were not civilians. That much is apparent. We can buy the Benelli right now. No, we can't. We need 5 more heads. Okay. We have 5 more heads. Civilian. I assume if we kill civvies, we lose money. Like, that would be the logical state of things. I wasted that one. Hold up. Benelli, shells. Oh, we buy those one at a time, though, right? Yeah, we probably do. Okay. Well, we'll live to regret that decision later. Let's do judicious mag dumps. Oh, hi there. There's one more left. There you are. Holy shit, we're gonna go and save scum. We're gonna go and save scum? Really, I need to buy these by the round. Fuck it, we YOLO on the Benelli. Alright, 5 rounds. I don't have a lot of health, but it's gonna heal me if I die. I see what kind of game you are, and we are going to save scum. How much for a hollow sight? More than we have access to, and that's fine. Give me a couple of spare mags. Let's pop one in. Nice tack reload. Let's make sure that we're topped off. Fun fact, per the Marine Manual, the Benelli M4s were supposed to be exclusively used to shoot doors off hinges. But it just so happened that a lot of those doors had beards. Hey, there you go. Funny that. I really hate the 5-round tube. I really resent that. As a Chad enjoyer of a 7-round tube, I really look down on the 5-rounders. Alright, let's see what the Benelli does. Oh, that ADS is rough. Ah, okay. Much appreciated. More ammo. We like those. What you got there? Oh, there was a save point right here. I didn't need to save scum that hard. I like that you need it. It doesn't get old, at least not yet. Alright, check our corners. Let's see what the shotgun does. Columns, open space, blind corners. Hello. Alright, well, we've concluded based on the 2 hit markers, we're definitely shooting buck. Hello. Very nice. The HUD kinda shat shat the scene there a little bit. Oh, hi there. Why did my reticle get drawn to the laptop? No. I had a hunch, but the hunch didn't come true. Damn, they fucking lunge at you. The abundance of save points confuses me. jammed on a Benelli? That doesn't happen. That is impossible. That is slander, good sir. A Benelli doesn't jam. You're simply too poor to operate it. I hear pitter-pattering at the door. Probably another alarm door. No? Not an alarm door? Okay. Couple of pistol mags. Yeah, okay, so the handgun is going to be our primary go-to for most of the game. And we're only supposed to pull the Benelli out as a party trick. Save for a hollow sight for now. Thank you, Ammo Santa. I really appreciate what you do for me. Ah, I see how it is. Okay. I guess it's time to party. Well, these are definitely blind corridors, so no one's coming from here. Their only direction of travel is this corridor. Oh, motherfucker! Okay, this is 3-gun match the game. I get it now. I'm gonna keep saving for the hollow sight. Yeah, I'm gonna save for the hollow sight. Okay, so the logic of the game is, for everything that's not overwhelming, we just use the handgun. That's fine. Keep walking, keep walking. Better not see any fucking masks. Now that I think about it, I maybe should build out a Mark 27 out of a Gen 6 Glock eventually. Oh, hi there. Damn, what a rotten way to go. Mark 18 full, huh? I really resent the fact that there are $65 per round. That's almost realistic. I really don't need hollow sights. Fucking we YOLO on the ammo. There we go. Alright, we start with the secondary, and then we clean house. While it's still manageable, we stick to the handgun. It is no longer manageable. Love it, love it, love it. How the fuck did you survive that? Okay, I do not believe a shotgun that does not have overpen. That is a shameful oversight. Now we're gonna run this a couple more times. That's not the correct way to go. I can see myself playing this entirely way too long. It's definitely one of those games. I suspect that I am all alone in enjoying this game. It's one of those, why bother, just run a Trigun match kind of games. No warm bodies here today, okay, that's fine. a fucking lot of you. Think. Spare mags, spare rounds. Yeah, good enough. Let's issue some free haircuts. Really appreciate an AoE-based solution here. Ooh, spicy. Alright, I'm gonna keep this on. There's a whole fucking mess of you here. Come on, keep moving. It does make for a pretty cool shoot no shoot. Do you have a mask? I can't see if you have a mask. You do not have a mask. The weapons handling on the Benelli is kind of annoying. I would prefer the ability to just, you know, switch into violin loading it and just call it a day. Wow, that is dog shit. Should I backtrack and save it a laptop? Ah, it's gonna be fine. You still alive? I would advise that you reconsider. Oh, get the f— That's why we need situational awareness. Fuck it, I'm switching to my primary. I am a single tap away from death. Fuck it, I'm safe coming. I'm gonna go and find me a computer to save at. All good. Is it just me, or the game has a bit of a backrooms flavor to it? I would advise that you reconsider. I guess one of the ones stuck behind the door managed to find their way out. Civvy. Okay, everyone else is cool. They were all coming from over there. What's in here? I can see people running towards me, so we're gonna put them down first. Yeah, that's what I thought. This whole fucking game is really just a three-gun competition. Listen, I'm not taking any chances. Let's go explore the other way real quick. Oh, there's a fire alarm here, though. I did not save recently enough to be comfortable with pulling this, especially since it doesn't seem to do anything useful. Outside of, you know, just the pure joy of killing them. Do you have masks? No? Okay. A lot of narrow corridors. Some of these are bound to have bogeys inside of them. I can hear someone stumbling, so they're very likely behind one of the doors. I think there's a fucking lot of them over there. Pop in a fresh mag and buy a new one. Oh, I don't have money for a new one, that's fine. Ah, they're all behind that door, I see. With 1 pip of health to our name, okay. A shotgun at the end of it. I guess I, blew my load a little early by buying one. What is this? Oh, nice, health. Love it. Love everything about this. I don't believe I need health yet. A save spot would be nice. Beggars can't be choosers, though. So this is like a treasure area of sorts. Weapon already in inventory. No, that's fair, that's fair. See, I think there's no real benefit to going select fire here, purely based on the fact that 5.56 barely has any stopping power. Right in the dick. Motherfucker. Hey there, Infrit. Have you heard of They Killed Your Cat? How are you doing? We are currently... I guess we're playing John Wick Light. Oh, boy. We did not have a save for quite a while. That is no bueno. Well, I guess I get to show you more gameplay. You haven't heard of it? Okay, so think of it as a mix between puzzle games and a 3-gun competition. The basic premise is your reloads are manual. If you really want to play hard mode, your breathing and blinking is also manual. But I don't hate myself quite enough. So we're having enough trouble with the weapons handling as of right now. So you are expected to manually click in new magazines, manually eject them, manually operate the bolt, all the good stuff. There is a loose in-game economy, fairly forgiving. And yeah, you run around, there are civilians that you're not supposed to shoot. We've yet to find out what happens if you shoot one, because I've been very good with my shoot-no-shoots. And you just progress through this backrooms-looking office, and you kill everyone you come across. We just assumptively believe that everyone here has violated our NAP in one way or another. And it's very fun. Yeah, sometimes the guns will do that. You see, we need to click it back in. For some reason our handgun is called a Mark 23, even though it's a Mark 27. But we will forgive the developer for that inaccuracy. Because it is equipped with an Osprey and with a holographic sight that EOTech never made. And I kind of appreciate it. I really like it. So, and you have your normal room clearing, and then you can pull fire alarms, and then the Jannies come in to punish you for not being sanctioned to pull a fire alarm, which I will demonstrate shortly. Isn't it because of licensing? I mean, not really. I mean, it probably is to some extent affected by licensing. I mean, the Benelli has a knockoff EOTech. The point I was making is that EOTech made a pistol sight, and it's a bad pistol sight. They made the EOTech E-Flex instead of making what we as gun owners collectively expected them to do, which is make, you know, a chunky, closed emitter, you know, very durable holographic sight, and they tried to just, you know, replicate the Delta Point Pro and did so poorly. So it's less a complaint about accuracy and more a complaint about EOTech not making things I want to buy. Outside of, you know, obviously the rifle sights. Alright, time to boogie. So this is what an enemy rush usually looks like. So if anything, the developer understands me better than EOTech does. Oh, you decided to get up, did you? Popped that one a little bit prematurely, did I? And apparently whatever AR we're running, it's a Palmetto State Armory rifle, so it will occasionally just jam on us. Motherfucker, yeah, and we can only survive 3 hits in melee. So this is the game, essentially. I did earn quite a nice chunk of change, actually. Yeah, you know, we're not gonna buy anything just yet. We're just gonna run this natty. And by natty, I mean we're going to save scum like our life depends on it. Let's get that free mag. Actually pop a fresh one in. So, yeah, it's a puzzle about resource management, about, you know, good headshot placement. A little repetitive, but you know what? I enjoy it. I will take it, I will meet the game on its terms, and I will enjoy it. How are you been recently? I've seen you teach, I see you've been teaching Ricky to enjoy Zomboid. I wasn't aware that Build 42 now supports multiplayer. I lean around corners like it does something. Oh, hi there. Don't be fooled by the fact that they feign surrender. I think the green indicator is supposed to tell me something. I think it's telling me if I'm ADSing directly on a kill shot instead of having to manually save. Manually aim, rather. I think that is what the green blip is. Yeah, and the civvies sometimes also fall over, very funny. I think we downed our first civvy. I guess nothing happens if we do that. Perfidy means shoot in the face? What? That's not a word I've ever encountered, Notary. Is that a word in the English language? Are we absolutely certain about that? Or am I not seeing a portion of the chat? Alright, there was a head med kit somewhere in the... Okay. Shotgun ammo acquired. We need to use the shotgun more. My only complaint so far is that buckshot is kind of unrealistically expensive and not really that effective for the money they want to charge me. Like $65 per shell of buckshot is kind of overkill, especially for the lackluster results I get out of it. All right. Well, time to run this gauntlet. Is the act of false surrender prior to... Ah, I see, okay. Just gonna pull the plug on all of you. I'm gonna read that chat message in a moment. I like that they fall over. That's... I think that's a nice touch. Drop the mag. You're still alive. I don't like that. Actually, quite a few of you are still alive. I'm not an enjoyer of that. I would like to rectify that. Create some space. Any takers? Purify is the act of false surrender prior to attempting to recommence hostility after being spared. It is a war crime immediately punishable by death. I see. Very common in the Russia-Ukraine theater from the videos I've seen. At least it used to be a while ago. Really? A 12-round rifle magazine? That is just dirty. 11 rounds. Okay, I guess that's as good as it's gonna get. We're just gonna quickly... Vibe checks resoundingly failed. Oh, there's more of you. Excuse me. There we go. I hear more pitter-pattering. There are more. Okay, I see a civilian. Something crabs in a bucket. Yeah, real and true. Lady, can you move over for a bit? You're kind of in the way there. Oh, that's great. This really is a Palmetto State Armory rifle, isn't it? Motherfucker! I am pleased with my reaction speed. Well, okay, pleased may not be the correct word, but satisfied. And I just locked myself in. Okay. I will no longer laugh at them for struggling to work a door, because I apparently am also incapable of doing that. Let's see if there was a spare medkit I could make use of. I feel like there was an extra one. It is funny that they trip over each other. Alright. Let's manage our ammo real quick. That is kind of dog shit for ammo. Let's actually toss all of these. Because I can afford to buy good magazines. There we go. That is much better. Thank you. Alright, now that we're... civvy. Alright, moving on. Yeah, the HUD does that. The HUD does that. You just need to switch to the weapon it's showing you to unfuck it. Not even locked, eh? Okay, some free ammo. I mean, I'm swimming in money, so let's just remember that this is here. I don't feel like running another gauntlet before I save. How the fuck did you survive that? Alright, the shotgun is kinda trash. Maybe reconsider. Alright, let's go and get some more rounds real quick. Do not. There were no shotgun shells in this room. Oh no, there was a couple. Alright. Maybe I haven't figured out the correct way to use the shotgun just yet, but as of right now, I'm not terribly impressed. But yeah, these are all justified killings because apparently they have killed our cat, which means they will now all die. They owe me a karmic debt, and I have come to collect with interest. Oh hey there, Stoner Stan. It's almost like the average shotgun from Hitman 2 and onward. I'm trying to think. I didn't play a lot of Hitman 2. I kind of skipped that one. I went straight to Contract just because it was a more recent one. Locked, also locked. I see how it is. Did I pull it? Which one of you wants to be canoed for free? Yeah, you're dead. I'm gonna buy a couple of spare mags. How are you doing, Stan? Oh, been here for a bit, I see. So are we the postal person or are we spreading freedom? We are Diet John Wick, from what I understand. The premise of the game is that they apparently have made the grave mistake of killing our cat. So now we're going to kill them, their extended family, and everything they love. Also known as a symmetrical response. But for some reason we're using the Palmetto State Armory brand Mark 18 for that, and I don't quite agree with that. Do I need to buy more or not? Okay, save points. Let's buy more stuff. How are we doing on handgun, actually? Would rather answer them with your fist, Mike Tyson style? Oh, just a second, let me catch up. But 2 isn't bad. It's a bad start. I started with 47, I just skipped 2. Japan levels are balls hard, it's a good experience overall. You think? I really like what IO Interactive did with the new Hitman series. They started under a very bad premise with what Square Enix made them do. And they've made a full recovery of the series, in my opinion. Like, once they broke free of Squeenix, it became the Hitman game it was always supposed to be. Yes, you can meta-hack it with throwables, but also, you're kind of supposed to do that anyway. Let's clear that room real quick. Not enjoying the civvy in the way. Get the fuck out. Any more heads that need canoeing? I didn't think so. We just saved. I think the saves may be random. I think the... Wait, is this game procedurally generated? Ah. Okay then. Your terms are acceptable, game. Like shooting assholes in a barrel. Attack reload. Attack reload. Buy some 9mm. Why'd I only get 12-round magazines? So Stan, what's your take on the Mark 27? Damn, I was on a roll there. I do not appreciate the fact that he manipulates the entire slide on lockback. That's what the slide release is for. Do not believe Glock when they tell you to not do that. The funny button exists, and therefore I will push it. Need a hand there? Swap mags real quick. There's plenty to procedurally generate, that's true. Alright, we seem to be out of the thick of it. It does seem like a lot of these spots are procedurally generated. Let me go make use of that other laptop that we found. The repeatability of the experience is unironically addictive. Like, it's just such an elegant model. You run in, you start popping heads. Bing Log Corridor, sexy. Why would Glock say such a thing? I think it's a warranty thing. Blazer ammo. Oh, another save point. So whenever you drop the slide on a round by depressing the slide stop, you take off a piece of the coating. So you gradually wear it down. And I think if you try to warranty it, that's basically a... I don't think they'll refuse you warranty to replace a slide stop, but, you know, it's something that's supposed to decrease the speed with which it degrades. Ooh, right in the clavicle. But yeah, apparently that's a thing the Glock tells you. From a movement economy perspective, yes, the slide stop does make sense. From a weapon longevity perspective, yes, they're sort of not wrong. You are wearing down your slide stop every time you press it while defeating the pressure of the slide, as opposed to. And then again, why put it there at all? Huh. Am I perhaps proliferating FUD lore? If someone has a Glock manual within reach, feel free to fact check me. Did I see a mask? I did not see masks. CV. Okay, that's fine. I would like at least some kind of melee option that's not the shotgun. Let's save. I like that saving is pressing buttons in order. I enjoy that, unironically. You're holding the Glock right now, and the only reason to not use the release is because it's obnoxiously small. I mean, you can get the increased controls for it if you find the stock one to be small. Again, from a weapons handling and movement economy perspective, it's logical to use the slide stop. It makes sense that would be the standard manual of arms. Alright, let's just save right here. Let's buy ammo first. Do we have ammo in everything else? Yes, we do. Well, I guess it's time to boogie. Bold of you to assume that I will honor a surrender. Oh, get the fuck out. Someone flew behind me, right? Not great, not great. That's a weapons handling failure on my part. I'm not even gonna try to dress it up. That's a me problem. That's a skill issue. Let's pull the plug on that one real quick. Combat reload. Let's not whiff so many shots, please and thank you. I think it's, yeah, it's time to switch to a primary. One of you is still alive. I don't appreciate that. I don't appreciate malicious compliance. You are invited to stay down. Thank you for waiting. Fucking 3-gun. Ooh, let's take inventory real quick. Pop a fresh mag in. There we go. All right, I think we can save here. All right. Let's do this, this, and we're saved. The way it was put to you, which you have gone with all this time, was a range video from Terran Tactical with You Forget Who. Point is, they concluded that as we train it all the time, we do it in the comp all the time. If you're worried about missing it, remember, you're reforming your grip, and you have 2 thumbs to use. Again, I agree with using the slide stop purely on a weapon, on a movement economy rationale, right? Like, it's right there, it drops the slide, it does the thing that I need to do without me having to materially break my grip. And having to grasp whatever side of the weapon that I'm going to operate the slide through. Potentially greasing up my optic, or, manipulating the front of a loaded gun. Never mind that I am having to, like, very, very significantly disrupt my grip. Using 2 hands for a manipulation that requires 1. I see how it is. Okay. I think it's allowing me some leniency if I point shoot. Motherfucker, well, I had one pip of health left. That's not entirely surprising. We're gonna try this one switch again, and if we don't get it, then we don't get it. It's getting late, I have work in the morning, and I need to catch up on some good high-quality sleep. But, you know what? This is a fun game. This is great. This is a fantastic time burner. I would like to see a little bit more variety, maybe some more tactical options. I understand that I'm supposed to engage with the game on its terms, but it gets a little samey, you know? Anyone wants to get up? Motherfucker, okay. We're gonna call it a day here. I think I'm getting a little bit tired. So let's call it here. Alright. What happens if I say play? Okay, does it restart me from the same spot, or does it just fuck my entire save? Okay, it starts me from the exact same spot. Fantastic. Fantastic. Great game. You're just running the cheapest gear possible. I mean, it's allegedly a Benelli M4, a shotgun that very rarely chokes unless you actually try to feed it trash. Like, I had my Benelli runs through full power white box Winchester buck with no issue. The only times it has ever chugged is when I handed it to a smaller framed shooter and she could not handle the recoil. That's the only time where it ever had any issues. Maybe during its break-in period, it struggled a little bit with Federal. With birdshot, mostly. Alright, we don't have a lot of people sticking around. Apparently y'all don't like the game, which, questionable taste, I have to say. How dare you not like this game? Aletta is streaming. I don't think Aletta's crowd likes me. I would like to raid into Aletta. I don't think her people appreciate my company. What are my other options? Level up your game. Yeah, let's go Midas. Let's go enjoy an ad. Dumpster Sushi Follow Me. I don't remember who that is. Okay, but yeah, fun game. I thoroughly enjoy it. But unfortunately, I have to sleep. I have to sleep or I will be completely miserable tomorrow. Core of Midas, excuse me. Core of Midas. I am still waiting for some parts for the MCX. If it just so happens that, you know, we happen upon some money to buy a desk before the schedule, then maybe I will install it on stream. If the parts arrive and there is no desk by that time, well then no desk stream for you. At least not one with the installation of a forced reset in the MCX. Sorry, I don't make the rules. I have to. I'm kidding. If we don't have a desk by that time, I probably will just do that on the floor desk. Let me squeeze you a little bit. I have to grift because I do it so little. Remember to join the socials. Here are the socials. Buy the merch. Buy the patch. Tell me when you buy the patch. It makes me feel all warm and fuzzy inside. What are my requirements for said desk? $100. That's it. It's not a lot. It's an Amazon desk. Listen, if I have all of the parts, you're shopping for a standing desks. There's no reasonable dimensions for $200. No, I found a pretty okay standing desk on Amazon for $100. I don't need it to be very advanced. It's just supposed to not collapse in and of itself. So there's that. I have a floor desk. If I have all of the parts and by the time they arrive, I don't have the extra fun budget for a desk, I will just do it on the floor desk. It's fine. It's just that, you know, I had to go, I bought a $300 pre-cut trigger. I bought a $200 forced reset safety, and I still need to buy a $200 clutch for it. So, not clutch, trip kit. So it's an investment. And I'm trying to recoup some of it by, you know, being the funny anime Oni online. But that's my problem to solve. Don't you worry your pretty little heads about that. I'm going to drop you into some slop as punishment. I don't know for what. I am a cruel and capricious ruler, as is appropriate for someone who's been trained in the best blood pits of hell. This has been Onii-san, reminding you to... I don't know what am I reminding you. To train every day. Streams are at the same time. See you around. Bye-bye.